Good morning, everyone, and welcome to this year's African Government Stakeholders Engagement Forum. This year, we are indeed in for a very, very great time. Our speakers, our panelists are already ready to indeed do proper justice to the discourse of this year's African Government Stakeholders Engagement Forum. And as much as we are ready, we usually will start with an opening prayer, and then we'll go ahead and take the national anthem and the African dream before we go into all the other details about today's conversation. And so, if you are excited to be here, let me see some emojis in the comment section. Wherever you are joining from, do well to just drop a comment and indicate what country you're joining from, what location you're joining from. And while you do that, also do well to indicate expectations. What do you expect to learn from here? What do you expect to take away from here? What kind of resolution do you want to indeed have from this year's African Government Stakeholders Engagement Forum? Please do so in the comment section. And while you are here, please do well to share this link with as many people as possible. Those who need to be a part of this conversation, whether they are in Nigeria, in any part of Africa, in the diaspora, do well to invite them to be a part of this year's conversation. And like is our culture, we are going to start with an opening prayer. Allow me just lead you into a short time of prayer. Father, we thank you for today. We thank you for the gathering of African sons and daughters of the land, men and women whose hearts are burning with one accord to indeed deliberate on our most difficult matters. We ask that today's conversation be laced with wisdom. We ask that today's conversation will be laced with next line of actions that would move us radically forward. We also ask for grace to strengthen the implementation bodies required to move us further, and that men and women indeed be happy and very happy to be a part of the implementation of the conversations that will be held today. We ask that even as these conversations are indeed discussed amongst us, let us bring out action points that will help all the different stakeholders gathered here today to take it to their respective places for implementation. We ask that everything goes on smoothly today, that indeed at the end of today we would see how very, very, very wonderful today's meeting had been, to the intent that it develops great solution for our great continent. In the name of Jesus Christ, we have prayed. Amen and amen. Thank you, everyone. Welcome once again to the third annual Agsef 2024 conference. Welcome to the third annual Agsef 2024 conference. The theme for this year's conference is monetary policy, the unification of the African currencies. We're going to talk more about this, but we're going to go straight into the national anthem and the African dream. Please go ahead with the national anthem and the African dream. Thank you.
And here we have the African Dream Pledge. I have a dream that one day Africa will become one big nation that can compete comparatively with global economies, this time as a superpower harnessing our resources, both natural, mineral, and human, to produce immeasurable wealth, stewarded by astute yet accountable leaders that can deliver an Africa that where every descendant of Africa is a treasure. And I will say welcome once again to the third edition. Yes, it's the third year of the Agsef conference, and we are glad to have everybody joining us from across different parts of Africa. And today, I promise it's going to be an eventful day where we're going to be hearing from thought leaders concerning monetary policies across different parts of Africa. And that's one thing you can bet to enjoy at Agsef every year we host our conference is the fact that we're not just going to be bringing in you thought leaders from Nigeria. We're going to be bringing you thought leaders from Nigeria, Kenya, name it, across all the African nations. Why? Because we are a collaboration. We are building a system where it's not just only one nation contributing to the drive that we want to see in Africa, but all African nations coming together to contribute to what we want to see Africa become. And I know next on our agenda, I hope that has been posted on the chat so that it makes it a very interactive one where we all are following based on the agenda we have lined up for today. I know next on the agenda is the first keynote speaker, and I will be taking the bio for the first keynote speaker as we welcome him. Please, I would say relax where you are. I am tuning in from Lagos, Nigeria. It will be good to know where you all are tuning in from the chat. It will help us know what is happening, what's the time zone in your area. I'm tuning in from Nigeria, Lagos, and it is raining, not cats and dogs, but it's mild rain here this morning, and I'm indoors, so obviously the rain is not going to be affecting, and we are trusting that network will stay stable, irrespective of the rains that is happening. Next on the agenda, like I said, I hope that has been posted on the group chat so that we carry everybody along, will be the bio reading for Professor Ndubisi, and I will be taking that bio to welcome him. And I would love to see applause as I wrap up the bio and we welcome him to stage. Oh, kind apologies. Sorry, I just got the updated. I just got the updated itinerary for today. Kind apologies. Kind apologies. Forgive me. It will be the welcome address and opening remark by the conveners, which is Mrs. Just Ibe and Miss Edith Njagi. And I welcome them on stage. I know you already met Mrs. Just earlier when she opened up the conference for today. And so we welcome her back on stage to take the welcome address and the opening remarks. Over to you, ma'am.
Much. Thank you so much, Adobe. Thank you. And welcome everyone once again to this year's African Government Stakeholders Engagement Forum. This year's theme is Monetary Policies, the Unification of the African Currencies. Before I talk about why that conversation, I sort of want to have a conversation with us. I want to attempt to draw our hearts into today's conversation. I know that every day on the continent of Africa, there's always one conference after the other. It's a convening of minds discussing several pertinent issues. But today is different. And this is the reason why it's different. Every person who is here, there's something burning in your heart that you want to see as a change agenda in this continent. And so, somewhere in your heart, you're looking for answers to some of the biggest problems that we have on this continent. You name it. Every singular area or sector in this continent is requiring this intervention of unification. And so while we are here, I want us to begin to think about how today's conversation can cascade into our everyday lives. Because change, a lot of times, while we envisage big picture change, a big change always starts from where you are at. Change always starts with an individual, and that individual can always be a resolution to implement what you have learned in your everyday life as a business owner, as a public servant, or even as a government official. So that resolution is the first stage to moving us forward as touching this conversation. When we move from resolution, then we begin to create actionable points. When you have actionable points that you are now implementing in maybe your organization, in your sector, what you begin to see is indirectly you are becoming an ambassador for change for this continent, as touching this subject matter and everything else that may eventually happen during the course of the years. But you see, it's important that we start from this conversation. If not, what we will do every year is convene people who want to hear great stuff, and after then, there's nothing happening. So take this stance today. I will resolve to understand today's subject matter. I will resolve to create actionable points that I can cascade into my business, into my job as a public servant, and into my office as a government official. I will resolve. And that would mean that while you listen throughout the conference, you are seeking out to truly understand the personality of these conversations. And that would mean that as we go through today's conversation, feel free to ask questions that directly affect how you want to implement this theme, monetary policy. Feel free to ask the questions from our distinguished guest speakers, from our distinguished panelists, because they are thought leaders across the diverse sectors as touching this subject matter. That being said, why unification of the African currency? You and I know that in the last couple of years, there has been an outcry for Africa to create its own regional trade bloc, and that's why the AFCFTA was launched. With the advent of the AFCFTA, it began to open up the different kinds of bottlenecks that we have had to deal with and continually deal with as touching intra-regional trade within us as Africans. And at the top of this conversation is currency differentiation. What do I mean by that? You would find that as Africans, for us to trade within ourselves at individual level, at business level, at government level, we always have to be rooted through foreign currencies that we have, for want of a better word, accepted as our medium of exchange or medium of doing business. It has gone on for a very, very long time. If we truly are going to have a regional bloc that is effective, that is powerful, and is sustainable, we must begin to have these conversations. And what does this mean for the average person who is listening to me today? It is easy for you to think of doing business with somebody outside the shores of the continent than to think of doing business with somebody who is in Africa. And the first thing on your mind is, well, I want to get more dollars, I want to get more pounds, I want to get more euro. And why it looks as though those currencies are very highly valued from where they're at, you have to understand that transactions or the trust of the people using the currency is what determines the value. You have to understand that. And I know there's a lot of economic forces, demand and supply. We know all of that. But you see, if people are willing to put their trust behind the currency, after a while, both the forces of demand and supply will begin to support the strength of the currency. That means if we so value the dollar, the pounds, the euro, and all the different Kuwaiti dinar, and the list is endless, then it means that if Africa begins to pay attention to create its own currency and put its trust behind that currency, what will happen is eventually, by the time all the forces of demand and supplies and all the forces of economy begins to align, you would see that the currency will begin to appreciate, or what you may call command value, within the context of trade at the continental level. So we're having this conversation with each and every one of us because we believe that the future of Africa starts with the conversations we have today. There may be somebody who is seated here today who would one day ascend into office in the AU, who would one day ascend into office in the ECOWAS, who would one day ascend into office in all the different governments in Africa. By being in this conversation today, and you understand clearly how this affects us and how this can move us further as an economic bloc, then it makes you an entity that is willing to implement the change we want to see in Africa. And that is why these conversations are very critical. Very recently, the Dangote refinery started operations in Nigeria, and you will see that the Dangote refinery was built to not just feed Nigeria, to feed Africa, and to a large part, the world. Because I hear that some of the products from Dangote refinery have already been sent to Asia every other week and every other month. So that's to say that we have something in Africa. We have something in Africa. We have something in Africa. But this will be strengthened if our medium of exchange within us is a unified currency that allows us trade with ease amongst ourselves. And on the strength of that, you would see that there will be encouragement amongst the heart or in the heart of Africans to want to do business with themselves. A lot of times when I think about economics and how governments and leaders in our different countries interact, I begin to think about how there can be a different kind of collaboration going on within us. What does that mean? There are countries who have raw materials and may not have the infrastructure to turn those raw materials into finished products. How about to begin to do inter collaborations between us as nations to say, well, you have oil, I will build a refinery, bring your oil, just as Dangote has done. What about diamonds? What about gold? What about all the different lithium and all the different raw materials we have? How about to begin to think about that in this context of our currency and say, you have raw materials, I will invest and build the infrastructure to process these raw materials into finished good. That way, our resources is recycled within the continent. And because our medium of exchange is unified, it is easy for us to do business that will make our continent wealthy. If you listen to the African dream that we recited earlier, I have a dream that our continent will be wealthy. I have a dream that our continent will be prosperous. I have a dream that our continent will be prosperous. And that is because our medium of exchange is unified. It is easy for us to do business with ourselves. And that is why our currency is unified. Our currency is unified. Our currency is unified. Our currency is unified. Our currency is unified.
Okay, so we have encountered, since Mrs. Joss has encountered a network glitch and she will come back in shortly. Um, I know we just have a few people connecting on the chat and StreamYard, and I know a lot of people are connecting via YouTube. So we would like to begin to get interactions. I know I already posted where I'm connecting from, like I said earlier. We hope that you are sitting back where you are, you're enjoying the day. Just like Mrs. Just was saying, in listening to today, make it personal.
I apologize for the brief breaking transmission. Just to wrap this up, I honestly just wanted to say thank you everyone for being a part of this year's conference, and I look forward to the fruitful and the beautiful conversations that would emerge from here. But most importantly, I look forward to the action points that each and every one of us will draw from here, both as individuals, as businesses, and as the public stakeholders. Thank you, everyone, and welcome to the African Government Stakeholders Engagement Forum 2024, themed Monetary Policy, the Unification of the African Currencies. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Just, for that, the president and co-vener for Agsef. Like I was saying earlier, when we had an internet glitch at our end, is the fact that she reinforced that there is a need for us to sit in today's conference because, like, we live in a world right now, post COVID, there's been a whole lot of things that has changed in our world. Conferences are now virtual, and some of them are hybrid, which means you can be anywhere in the world and connect to any conference. But today, what thing we hope that you will do is listen in from that perspective of what am I going to take out and what am I going to be doing differently, because we just don't want to have the conferences for the sake of having the conferences. We want it to be impactful, wherein it begins to shape the minds of each and every one of us, myself inclusive, who even runs a business in Africa. And we are looking at how do we arrive at a place where we can achieve the Africa we want. Next on will be Miss Edith, who is also a convener, and she will be coming on to give her welcome speech. Thank you very much, Miss Edith. Over to you.
Hello everyone. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you, Adalbi, for the amazing moderation. It's very difficult to follow up after just, but let me try. Um, I think for me, Agsef is such a beautiful and such an impactful, not just conference, but I think experience. And the reason why I say it is such an important experience, and particularly this year, okay, when we talk about monetary policy, this affects African businesses, and I've seen them be affected in very different ways. So, number one, when you are trading, let's use an example. You say using the Uganda shilling, perhaps you're an entrepreneur in Uganda and you have a client, right? Let's say in Ghana, right? And they're importing and their currency is the Ghana CD. What tends to happen is that your transaction is pegged to the dollar, meaning you will have African businesses quoting to each other on the basis of the dollar. And what then happens is your client in Ghana will convert their CDs right now, which I think is at about 16 against the dollar. It used to be at 3 a few years ago. That just shows you the impact. You convert it against the dollar and then you send dollars. The dollars arrive in Uganda, and that Ugandan entrepreneur, because they need to use it to transact, will convert it to the Uganda shilling. So there's what we call slippage. In Africa, we have massive slippage, and we have scenarios where we have banks making a lot of the money that should be staying with entrepreneurs. So, what does this mean? Okay, on an everyday platform, what does this mean? Number one, inflation, okay, not just on the local currency, but inflation on the dollar affects us. Someone once says that when the US sneezes, okay, Africa gets asthma, or when the US has a minor cold, we are at pneumonia. And it's because we peg everything on the dollar. And this affects how we do all of our business. This affects how we do all of our transactions. This affects the rate that we're trading at. So, with all of this in mind, what does this then mean? If we do want to achieve the Africa that we want and the Africa that we need, and that Vision 2060 that the AU is very good at talking about, then it needs to begin with number one, this currency conversation is so important, especially where trade is involved. Number two, we need policies, because again, we're talking about monetary policy. We cannot ignore the space of double taxation, okay, among African countries. If you're doing business in a different African country, then having to pay tax there and then paying again tax in your own country. This again, especially for countries where we already have trade agreements, for example, Kenya and Ghana, we have trade agreements, but there's no double taxation agreement. All of these conversations are so important, because if really we want to trade amongst each other, if really we want to begin to not just transfer goods, services, knowledge, intellectual property, understanding, people, right? Having, I don't know, doctors come from South Africa to work in Senegal. If we want all of this to happen, then we, number one, need to have this conversation around currency and that unification. The other unspoken reality is what Francophone countries in Africa face as a result of this currency conversation. Because of how they were colonized and the nature of their relationship with France, which I will not go into, this is a whole conversation on its own. Because of that interaction and that relationship, we now have their economies pegged on the euro. And that has an implication on businesses, that has an implication on cost of living, that has an implication on how they do their transactions, and that has an implication on how the rest of Africa is able to transact with Francophone Africa. So, right now, the barriers that we have, not just to trade, but to collaboration, to partnership, and to relationship, are not just language. We have a very big currency barrier. And because of this big currency barrier, I think the conversation now needs to become, if we are to select a currency, or if we are to create an entirely new currency, what will it be pegged on? What will it look like? And if it is to be an existing currency, how is it selected and why is it selected? I know that BRICS is a big conversation that has been happening, and South Africa has been a big player of that. Um, now moving forward, it's seeing how do we take this to the next level? How do we begin to implement? No more conversations. And that is why Agsef is here. That is why this African Government Stakeholders Engagement Forum this year is so, so important, so that we can get away from conversations and get to a place where we're talking about what we can implement, not just theory, right? Because it's good to have conversations, and that's what we're doing today. But what can we implement? And what can we implement on a private stakeholder level between you and I? And then what can we implement on a country, continental, and a block level? One of the things that I really appreciate about the EAC, and I think I'll try and see if I can show you right now. One of the things that I really appreciate about the East African, oh, I thought I had it, region is we have one passport. I'm looking for mine. I thought I had it here. We have one passport, and our passport is the same, okay, for the EAC. We have one passport, and it says the East Africa Community. It doesn't say Kenyan passport, Ugandan, Rwandan, Tanzanian. It doesn't say that. It says the East Africa Community. So as we have started to move in that direction, even in terms of trade, we have one-stop border posts, meaning between Tanzania and Kenya, there's one border, one stop when you're trading. Between Uganda and Tanzania, it's a mix. When you get to the counter, there are Tanzanians sitting right next to Kenyans, and they're back to back, Ugandans next to Kenyans, Rwanda next to a Kenyan. And this is how we need to look at this, because we've already made the trade move. We've now moved on to passport. Can we get to a currency level? And the EAC might be the first to realize this, or SADC or ECOWAS. I don't know. I feel like the EAC is closer. But once we get to that point, then the conversation is, how does this ripple to the other trading blocks in Africa? A lot of times our ability to unite, I think, begins with our need to trade. Okay. So on your level, if you're asking yourself, how do I make this a reality for Africa? Start by trading with a different country. Because when I sat down and I started doing business in Mauritania, started doing business in Senegal, started doing business in Zambia and South Africa, I understood how their markets worked. I understood how their currency worked. I understood how the people and the culture functioned. And then I was better able to not just price the work that we're doing, but also hedge against the currency fluctuations. Okay. I'm not sure how technical the conversation will get today, but I think there's also a lot of room to talk about swaps, okay? Especially when you have businesses making payments in US dollars, when you have businesses that are exporting and businesses that are importing, that swap conversation, that currency insurance conversation, there's so much that we can talk about here. But I think I will stop there and hand it over to our amazing, amazing panelists. Thank you so much for being a part of this. Please engage with us, okay, throughout. I know I will be in the comment section. Let's all engage. Let's learn from each other, and let's make this Africa that we need, that we want, that we deserve a reality. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Miss Edith. It was interesting listening to you and hearing all that you are doing across Africa and how you've been able to go about that as a business person. It will be interesting to begin to, as we go on today, even hear from the speakers and the keynote speakers where some of the technicalities they're also encountering and how they're merging it, so that it helps to drive home the need for us to begin to look at this unification of monetary policies. Why? Because like Miss Edith really said, the first thing that drives the economy of every nation is trade. So one thing that every nation is very deliberate and particular about is trade. So why don't we even start there? Why? Because at the end of the day, it affects the GDP of the nation. It also ensures that poverty elevation happens within the country itself and all of that. I will leave it to our keynotes because I know we have a lot of thought leaders that are going to be coming on today, and it promises to be an interesting session. And I know right now with the keynotes, with the welcome speech over, we will be moving on to the very first keynote speaker. and I will be introducing him. And today we have with us the very first keynote speaker that will be coming on today to kickstart today's conference will be Professor Ndubisi. Professor Ndubisi is a distinguished engineer and an inventor, known for his patented robotic system acquired by the US government. He holds two doctorate and four master's degrees, including a PhD from Johns Hopkins University. He graduated top of his class from the Federal University of Technology, Owerri, Nigeria, and co-designed an okay, see, a lot of technical terms are coming up. Co-designed an accelerometer for the iPhone at Analog Device Corp. Professor Mbisi has received numerous accolades, including the IGI Global Book of the Year Award. He has also been recognized as a TED Fellow, an IBM Global Entrepreneur, and World Economic Forum Young Global Leader. He has held professorship at the Carnegie Mellon University and Babcock University, and it serves on the U.S. National Science Foundation Committee. Since 2009, he has been the founder of Tekedia Capital and the chairman of Fasmicro, Intel Corp, only Africa certified microprocessor partner, and writes for the Harvard Business Review. He was honored by The Guardian as one of 60 Nigerians making significant contribution on Nigeria's 60th independence. That was some years ago. With this, do we welcome Professor Ndubisi on stage to take over. Professor Ndubisi, over to you if you can hear me and if you can come to the stage.
Yes, I can actually hear you. Can you hear me, please?
Yes, I can. Thank you so much.
Is my slide visible to you, please?
You can begin to present. Let's be sure that it's stable.
Let me see that. Sorry. I just share a new one here. Just trying to share this. Yeah, if you have it, you can share that, please. Let me just be sure.
I'm trying to get the backend team to try and put that up.
Okay. Is this something? Yep. Trying to share that. Let me also share screen. Oh, God. Sorry about that.
No, that's fine. Take your time.
Yeah, if they can share that, I've already uploaded, but it's not opening up there. But let's see whether it does. Just a minute.
Do you mind dropping it right now or some to
Yeah. I just dropped it.
Okay. She is going to be presenting shortly.
Okay, just a minute. I don't know why it's not. Wow, this is very. Okay, can they do that? Are they helping, please? Okay.
Just give me a few minutes. Have you?
Okay, thank you.
Just confirm if the message, yes. Just give me a few minutes. I'm trying to get her to access it.
Okay. Let me also try again here. Okay, I think they can see my screen now. Can you confirm that?
No, they can't. And I can't even see you, but I can hear your voice.
But you can't. You need to take me from backstage to the main stage.
Okay. Bringing you forward now.
Yes. Let me know when I'm on front page, please.
Okay, awesome. Yes, we have you in, and your slide is on now, sir. Over to you. Thank you very much.
Okay, so I'm on the main stage, correct? Yeah. Okay. Confirm I'm on the main stage, please. Okay, thank you so much, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. And it's very great morning from here, United States. I'm so excited for the opportunity of having this conversation with you. I've titled it Prior Convergence of Regional Economics as Part to Africa's Monetary Integration. But please just help me confirm that I'm actually connected to the main stage now. This is a little, I don't have a feedback to know that somebody can hear me. Is everything
Yes, I
fine
can.
from your side?
Everything is fine from my
Okay,
side, and I can
great.
see your very first screen, your very first slide.
Okay, great. So thank you. So we're going to have a conversation on prior convergence of regional economies as part of Africa's monetary integration. Of course, it comes down within the whole framework of having or towards having a single African currency. Thank you so much for this invitation. Truly very, very honored to be part of it. So let me begin by showing this beautiful African map. Of course, if you look at this map, you see many beautiful flags, many beautiful colors of nations. And within here also, you can also understand that there are many perturbations, many frictions, which most of our countries are also going through. So in Nigeria, you have a friction of banditry. There are also issues of inadequate electricity in almost parts of our sub-Saharan Africa. Of course, there's issue of clean water, infant mortality. All these are frictions, all these are challenges that we have in our beautiful continent. So the question right now is how do we overcome these frictions? How do we drive the mitigation of some of these perturbations so that at the end of the day, we can provide better services. We can actually provide a very higher standard of living for our citizens. You know, across human history, there has always been one consistent protocol how these frictions and how these challenges are typically managed or overcome. We say that market system provides that vehicle. Market system here is talking about fixing the frictions in communities, fixing the frictions in states, and fixing these frictions in nations and as well as fixing the system in the continent. In other words, how can we overcome lack of clean water in Gabon? How can we overcome inadequacy of electricity in Nigeria? How can we look at all the sub-regional, continental frictions that we have as a people? Most times, it has to be through companies. Because I want to look at the single African currency or monetary union from the lens of what can actually help us as a people to build the necessary capabilities required so that at the end of the whole day, we can go and fix frictions which are evident in our continent. So, in other words, it's not just having a single currency because it's a very good thing to do or it sounds very, very amazing. But really, why do we need to have a single currency? So there must be a fundamental hypothesis why this is key. And I'm saying here, if you look at these frictions that we have in our continent, we know that companies have to help us to solve those frictions. The promises of every politician in Africa must be met by when a company actually goes to do that problem. Because politicians themselves, they don't have the capacity for them to build businesses and companies. So businesses are vehicles through which markets problems are fixed. And that means this monetary union must also have a fundamental reason within the space of those companies so that at the end of the day, they can do what they have to do. I would like to present it here saying between demand and supply, when there is a need in a market, and when there is an organization that has a capacity to provide a solution to that need, and that organization typically is the firm, the company, how can this monetary union drive that efficiency? Because companies need to acquire capabilities. When they acquire capabilities, they have to now go into the market to fix frictions. In the process of fixing those frictions, how will a monetary union help? So, of course, we know over decades that inter-African trade, our ability to trade among one another, it has not gotten to the level that we will really very, very happy as a people. That lack of trading among ourselves remains a very, very low point. If you go into the startup scene, if you go into the technology hubs, you see that young people will begin to build on integration with US dollar out of Africa than actually building a solution that can work with a currency within another part of Africa. So you're going to see Nigerian startups working towards US dollar, British pounds, than somebody building something for Ghana City. So we can also see that the evolution as they begin to look for that capital, it's not necessarily looking, is there any investor in other parts of the continent? Rather, they're looking at how can we go to Western Europe? How can we go to North America? So if we consider all these issues, can monetary integration help to overcome the paralysis? That paralysis include, of course, lack of trading among one another. Of course, there are so many good things that will happen when you have a currency union, have favorable trade negotiation. Because if you now look at it, that everyone in Africa is coming as one block. It's no more, to a large extent, a smaller country coming as his own. There are so many countries or so many regions in the world that may not be necessary, and they may not be interested in negotiating trade with, let's say, Togo, negotiating trade with, let's say, Gabon. They are not interested in negotiating with some of the, let me use the word, smallest African countries. I mean, not in small, but you understand what I mean. But if we can come as one entity under a single currency, that is means that we have an economic bloc. There is that propensity that United States may now like to do a bilateral trade negotiation within, or European Union. And that is going to give us the opportunity to actually expand opportunities for our people. So that favorable trade negotiation offers us a vista of hope that if we come together within this monetary integration, something great will happen. Of course, if you also look it from outside to inside, an investor sees one economic block. That means that foreign direct investment can actually come in, because you're no more looking at Togo, you're no more looking at the Gambia, you're no more looking at just that. You are seeing a massive, huge market of 1.3 billion people. So the size offers an incentive for investors all over the world to now say, hey, I am going into this one single market with one currency, where boundaries have just magically disappeared because they are using one currency to trade within that very. Of course, there is also the issue of fiscal discipline and improved budgetary governance. That discipline comes through sheer pressure. You know that you are going to be governed under one supranational bank. That supranational bank means that the ordinance of the Central Bank of Africa that will now govern every aspect of whatever we do at microeconomic level will mean that you can't just not afford to be the weakest link. So we feel that there could be sheer pressure to drive fiscal discipline and then budgetary governance, because you are going to be a key part of whatever that has to happen at the continental level. And there is also that propensity that a governance system higher than at the national level will begin to look at everything that is happening within the continent. And is this also going on? There is also that if we prove that fiscal discipline, if we now deepen the FDI, and then you can have productivity, and that productivity will drive efficiency in the utilization of factors of production that can actually bring competition, competitiveness for Africa, that can now help us to diversify production and help us to export the right stuff. I mean, we have got the businesses. We have got the companies that will help us to fix those frictions, those challenges that we have in our communities. And these businesses, they have become the vehicles across centuries. Companies are always what make trades happen. Can a monetary integration be the vehicle that will help them to do what they're doing and what they want to do in a more efficient way? There are also issues and opportunities there that at least one thing a single currency or monetary union will do is that we are going to basically eliminate, to a large extent, the use of US dollars in intra-African trade. and the conversion of one currency to the other becomes zero. Because there will not be any currency that you need to convert from one. That means the Nigerian naira goes, Kenyan shilling goes, Ghana cedi goes, and that, just like that, there is no more conversion. Of course, improve intra-trade, because the friction of one moving from one currency to the other has just basically gone. That will bring financial efficiency and speed, because when foreign exchange is taken out of the equation on whether I have to invest in that business in Ghana if I'm a businessman from Togo, or if I have to invest in that business in Uganda if I'm a businessman from South Africa, many, many things will happen at a very faster pace. We are also going to see, to a large extent, improve supply chain regime and overall market transparency. That market transparency meaning that you're not going to have false factors as a factor of currency depreciation or currency deterioration. Whatever I see in that balance sheet, I can relate with that balance sheet if I'm living in Uganda, because the currency that businessman is doing business in Kenya is the same currency I'm also using in Uganda. Unlike if I see that balance sheet, I have to now translate what it means in US dollar. That's basically what we do. You convert every African currency mentally. Oh, what is he exchanging with US dollar? With this monetary union, that we go. But unfortunately, I just giving you what you already know, the beautiful part of it. But a monetary integration also brings a lot of drawbacks. There is a lot of rascality in the way our politicians run most parts of Africa. And if you take out one of the key tools they use to always get into parity when they mess up, you are going to cause a massive welfare loss across most African communities. So loss of national autonomy over macroeconomic policy, because member states now have to adjust to that supranational central bank in Africa. By the time you lose that, they cannot devalue their currency, they cannot do the magical things they do, and all of a sudden, even an innocent small country, in quote small, will begin to suffer. So look at Nigeria, for example. There is really no reason to believe that Nigerian politicians will be disciplined in the way they spend money and the way they manage affairs of the country. And if we are having a single currency, let's say, within ECOWAS, the propensity that just one state in Lagos state is bigger than nearly most of economies in West Africa, excluding Nigeria. So if Lagos state itself is an economy bigger than most West African countries in GDP wise, and then Nigeria gets into its rascal fiscal indiscipline, the welfare loss that Nigeria will trigger will be so consequential that most of those countries will suffer. So you're going to see people being paid in currencies they don't want to be paid, using that currency then and so forth. Because see, about 18 months ago, Nigeria's currency was exchanging, let me say, in the black market at was 650 Nigerian naira to a dollar. Today, it's more than 1,500. That has been the currency in West Africa. The people in Togo, the people in Ivory Coast, Cote d'Ivoire, and Ghana, they would have also be part of that paralysis. So it's a currency devaluation tool available to countries when they mess up, as they do most of our countries. That we go. And if that happens, so many innocent countries are going to be affected. And this is going to happen because Africa's economies are heterogeneous in nature. The heterogeneity of African economies means that what happens in Nigeria is totally orthogonal to what happens in Togo. And what happens in Togo doesn't have any relationship to what is happening in South Africa. This contrasts what we go in European Union, in Europe, because their economies are homogeneous. they have industrialized. And because of that homogeneity in their economic architectures and systems, the propensity for what is going on in Germany to adversely affect what is going on in Italy or France, that is very, very low because they are all industrialized. They have these homogeneous economic architectures. And that means that they are basically the same. When this one is struggling, this one is marginally struggling. But in our own case, when oil goes up, Nigeria is in a different frequency from what is happening in Togo. And just like that, an innocent country in Gambia will start struggling because there is no relationship in what is doing with what is happening in South Africa. And this is the key drawback why a monetary integration poses a very huge risk to Africa. And going into it without thinking, some of these drawbacks will actually become a consequential impact in the affairs of the welfare of our citizens. So you can see massive welfare losses on our citizens. Then you look at this monetary integration under two vectors. We're having one currency improve Africa's participation in the global trade. I'm not sure really, because standards and scale, and there's so many things you need to participate in the global trade. Not having one currency, is that a reason why we cannot have standards? So that when you want to export something to America, their FDA, their Food and Drug Administration, can allow those produce from Kenya, from Nigeria to go through. It's not having a single currency the reason why we cannot innovate, why we cannot drive productivity. And then looking at intra-trade, how can you really say that a single currency is the reason why Nigeria is not trading with Gabon, even though they are just there together? Is a single currency not the reason? Is it the reason why Nigeria is not even trading with Chad, Niger, Burkina Faso? And these are actually African countries that actually want to take on their life. Burkina Faso, Niger, Mali. So is this currency union just a way for politicians to set another goalpost that they know they will not achieve, instead of looking at fundamental things that can drive competitiveness in Africa? And that fundamental thing is that we need infrastructure. If you have infrastructure connecting Gabon to Nigeria all the way to Ghana, then you run around Egypt, run around all the way down to the side of Somalia, coming down to South Africa and returning back through Angola, back to Gabon. You can allow a young man to drive, a young lady to do whatever she has to do through train. That is really the key part that will drive Africa trade. And that will bring efficiency in supply chain, drive competitiveness in the market. Now, just having one currency is not going to do that magic. And as you see this, we can be overrating this whole construct of a single currency instead of looking at fundamental things that must happen. And I will look at a currency within a country. And let me take a case study. I think I know I have maybe 10 more minutes or so. So just try.
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Yes,
I
you
know
have
what
about
I'm
10
at.
minutes.
Yeah. So,
Can you hear me, sir? You have
yes,
about
yes. I know 10
Also,
minutes.
your
Yeah.
screen, you're not moving the slides. I put that in
Oh,
the chat.
no. My slide is actually moving. You can see it? It's not moving on your
No,
side?
no. It's actually still stuck on page one. Prior
Oh,
convergence.
that's actually not my fault. Too. I'm actually, this is serious. Okay, let me try it again. Sorry.
All right. Thank you very much, sir.
Okay. Okay, let's try it again and see why it's not. Let me see here. Hmm. Okay, let's see. Yeah, sometimes Zoom is just far better than all these things. But it's easier. Okay, let me try it and see. Hmm. Uh, oh, Okay, can you see it now? Can you see whether it's moving?
Um, no,
Yeah. Okay, you can see it.
no, it's not.
Okay. So that's really bad. Mm. Okay. Uh, so you can't see that. It says stop sharing. I'm sharing
Okay,
actually.
yes, it's actually sharing now. Awesome. Yes, it is.
Okay. Okay. So that's really sorry about that. I don't know why your take. Yeah. So let me use a case study within a country. I'm trying to make this point that the focus on single currency instead of looking at some of these catalytic elements of infrastructure could actually be a very huge challenge. If you go to Nigeria today, or you go to any Sub-Saharan Africa country, you see all these logistics and you also see these e-commerce companies. If you look at the e-commerce companies, they always operate within the big cities. They are not covering the national boundaries of those countries. So if you go to Nigeria, companies like Jumia, Konga, they operate in Abuja, Lagos, Port Harcourt, and the major cities. They are not coming to my village. And why are they not coming to my village? The reason is that there is no logistics. So my point is that even though my village in Nigeria trades the same currency with Lagos State or people in Lagos, that these e-commerce companies are not including my village as part of their target market. So the point is this: even if you have one currency for Nigeria and Ghana and Togo, if you are not providing instruments and platforms for market efficiency through logistics, the person in Nigeria will not trade with the person in Ghana, largely because there is no logistics to make that happen. So just like in the same country, we are not seeing massive level of rural urban trade because of infrastructure has really gone bad. It's pretty same thing that having one currency may not do the magic. And I give a very good example here. I live in the village in Ovim in Abia State, Southeast Nigeria. When I was growing up, there used to be the Ovim railway station. And with that railway station, people can actually do beautiful things. Go in the morning, women go and buy gari in the local open market. They now enter the train, go to one of the neighboring big cities called Enugu, and sell the gari and return back with the train. So when the train station collapsed, when the train system collapsed, that opportunity went from that community because there was no more infrastructure for people to buy the gari, take into the train, and now go to the big cities to sell them. But we are still using one currency, still the same naira. But because of lack of infrastructure, that opportunity has gone. The same thing with the Nigerian Postal Service. You can't really do massive opportunity through because there's no place, there is no vehicle for somebody to distribute that in because the postal service has basically gone down. So a single currency without building those infrastructure will also give us everyone trades the same currency, but nobody can really do business at scale because there is no vehicle for you to actually do that business. So well, this is what I propose, and this is what I'm suggesting. I put this also with the African Union Congress. The past that we need to focus at the best possible, develop and strengthen monetary unions in the 5 existing regional economic communities. And then if we can get into a successful regional integration, becoming a necessary precedent before we can actually move into the continental level. So try this thing in ECOWAS, try this thing in COMESA, try this in SADC, and just how far you can go. The reason being that if you can experiment in ECOWAS, for example, and see how it works, maybe you can now scale it across the continent. Of course, you do that with AMU and SADC and others at the regional level. But even at that regional level, it's not going to be easy because the South Africa's impact in its own regional economic community is huge. Nigeria's one is very huge. And basically, when you have the ECOWAS, for example, you are really talking about Nigeria because anything that Nigeria does will affect every country in the ECOWAS. So just Also, look at it this way. The CFA franc in 2015 was exchanging that one Nigerian naira was about 25, sorry, one CFA franc was about 25 kobo. But today, one CFA franc, Nigerian naira has lost a factor of 10. It's now more than 2 naira and 50 kobo. If we had been in a single currency within ECOWAS, the 10x loss that the CFA franc has appreciated over the Nigerian naira in the last decade, every person living in that region would have actually experienced the same problem. But today, they are lucky that they got out of it because they are not in a monetary union with Nigeria. You know, we used to have our brothers from Mali. They are the best guys who can make the best tiles. But today, ask them to come to Nigeria and tell you that the currency is so bad that they don't want to come and work in Nigeria. My point is this: welfare losses associated with this must be fully discussed. Because if you do it without thinking about the welfare loss, there are also going to be a lot of consequences. So upon stabilizing the regional economic community, all could now merge for the continental level. Let me just move fast. So what do I also suggest is we don't need to change the currencies. We can unify every currency in Africa at the software level by abstracting out boundaries, regional ordinance, everything that is needed so that you don't even need to experience it. I want to pay somebody in Ghana, CD, I'm living in Ghana. Sorry, I'm living in Kenya. I have my Kenyan CD shillings. I can pay somebody CD without even knowing I'm paying that person in another continent, another country. Because software has made it possible that beneath that process of payment, I am agnostic that that individual is not even living in Kenya. Just like if I'm paying for somebody in one part of Kenya City to another part of Kenya City. We have the capacity to actually build a protocol in Africa so that all these currencies are unified and software will abstract out any element of friction. So, and then we do that. We work towards homogeneity of regional and economic architectures through industrialization. I believe that industrialization, bringing that homogeneity, is going to be exceedingly catalytic in whatever that we have to do. And then building platforms to market through stimulation of regional trade. Can we even have a railway station, a railway system connecting some major countries in West Africa? Can we have the opportunity of having decent road networks? And then when we do that, we can stabilize a monetary union at the regional level. But just trying to throw this thing continental, we will going to have a lot of massive welfare loss. What are the platforms for market? Maybe I have about 4 more minutes. The platform for market are key. If you go to Western Europe, if you go to North America, if you go to China, what happens here? Governments will build infrastructure and now ask companies to come and build companies on top of them. They build the roads, they build the ports, they build the postal service, and you come and build on top of them. How can Nigerian postal service, if it exists, the Ghana Post, how can they integrate? That a single currency is not stopping them from doing that. Even the ports, even the road networks. So I am trying to say here is this, that the issue of single currency is just another excuse why we have not done what we need to do. And as we look at that, a playbook of industrialization becomes very important. We are urbanizing faster than we are industrializing. Many young people are leaving the rural areas to the urban areas. And one of the things we've been looking over time is how we will mimic what China did as a miracle. I've also written extensively in Harvard that may not necessarily work. You know, what China did 40, 50 years ago, what they did has expired. And what do I mean by that? China was able to go to North America, go to Europe and say, bring your factory jobs. We are going to do those jobs for you. And then Africa is built on the hypothesis that as labor wage rises in China, those jobs can go to Kenya, Ethiopia, and other sub-Saharan African countries. But the problem today is, as robotics and artificial intelligence, as they evolve and emerge, those factory jobs in America and Europe may not even leave Europe. That means that disintermediation through robotics and artificial intelligence is going to happen. And if that happens, that part of industrialization Africa has been built upon will not come to pass. So that means that looking internally and seeing how we can evolve a system that will power our citizens, build this platform so that we can trade among ourselves, will be the only part and the most viable part for Africa to actually drive that industrialization journey. Nations across human history has not because of one currency became great. I have traced the histories, economic histories of nations, 2,000 years of GDPs of nations. China was trading under one currency, but China did not become great. Just look at the 2,000 years. But if you see when they did what they needed to do, China became a great country. America the same thing. They did what they needed to do. So the question is it here, has Africa built the protocols to do what America did here and what China did here? Just looking at this plot, I hope you are seeing it. I don't know the one that you can see. But the point is this. As you look at this map, you look at the GDPs of nations from Europe to North America to Asia. One thing is consistent. Just really having that currency union in the United States did not drive that economic boom and economic efficiency by fiat. Just like the same thing that happened in China, there's the same thing happened in India. After all, India uses one currency. But they have to do things nations have to do. And most importantly, the CFA franc zone has been one of the most, I would call it, it's been on a currency, extensive currency union. But if you look at the CFA franc zone that we have in our beautiful continent, they are not even trading better. So that means that even if you expand the CFA franc zone to the whole continent, we can still be an under trader. Just like Togo, Ivory Coast, and all the countries that are run using CFA, they have not done anything magical. So my point is this. This thing goes beyond currency. This will be the last slide. The central pillars Africa needs will be, let's build pillars that other economies have done at regional economic communities. That means merit has to be enshrined in the way we do things so that our young people can dream. And when they dream, they compete, and the best will be elevated. Pragmatism instead of political liturgy. What is the best thing that works? Let's pursue that. If we do that, we are going to be great. Creating capital over money. There are a lot of money in Africa. Everyone is money, money, money. We have not built the foundation of formulation of capital. I mean, you go to my village in Nigeria, you see men with 100 acres of land considered being poor because that piece of land is not in the balance sheet of Nigeria anywhere. And how can a man with 20 cows be considered poor? Because everything in Nigeria is about money. The lack of formulation of capital, where that cow, where that land could be in the balance sheet of Nigeria through the banks, making it possible that that person has assets, and that opens that person to borrow and trade. We need to do that. We need to do that in Ghana. We need to do that in Ivory Coast. We need to do that in Kenya and across. Only South Africa, in sub-Saharan Africa, has been able to do that. And that is the reason. If you go to the stock market of South Africa, it's more than $1 trillion. But if you go to the stock market of Nigeria, it's less than 70 billion. So how can Nigeria, 3 times the population of South Africa, has a stock market of less than 70 billion, while small South Africa, in quote, small, 60 million people, has a stock market up to 1.3 trillion. What that means is that South Africa has formalized capital. You don't need a single currency to do that in Cote d'Ivoire today. You don't need a single currency to do that in Ghana. You don't need a single currency to do that in Uganda. But when you try to do that as a politician, I mean, You have to pay the consequence because they don't want to do that because they will lose election. They believe that if they start formalizing those farmlands, those assets, the citizens may say, oh, you want to tax me tomorrow. Who is really afraid of tax? People willingly pay taxes when taxes are working in their lives. So we need to do that. And then, of course, the element of honest leadership and now bringing property rights. I believe that these things are more fundamental for us to enshrine at continental level than the whole nexus of pursuing a single currency without the critical enablers and pillars that will actually bring homogeneity, integration of platforms so that we can not just run this currency in a way that, hey, one dominant country can mix every other country in that union round. Nigeria has the potential to make every country in West Africa poor and miserable whenever it misbehaves as it does, just because they are using one currency. But by protecting these small countries from the vagaries of Nigerian politicians, you may actually be doing more. But you can allow them to trade and do everything by using software to make it easy. The currency is not considered a friction because software has abstracted all those elements of friction. So thank you so much for invitation. Thank you. That's really what I have here. And thank you so much for inviting me. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Ndubisi. That was quite enlightening. And I'm sure our listeners have been taking a lot of notes. I was taking a lot of notes, like in terms of your postulation on the stand of unification of the monetary policies and all of that. And I like your take on a lot of things, but I will not give or put any suggestions on the table because I know we're going to come back for a fireside chat, right? I think that's around 11:45 to 12 noon, and then we're going to be engaging with questions. So I will hold my thoughts, but I hope we've all been taking note. I like a lot of postulations that he put out towards the ending, and some of it were quite interesting to behold. As regards to is it the unification of our monetary policies or strengthening of the trade structures right now that makes it easy for us to be able to trade cross nations within Africa, as well as also as basic as make transactional payments with ease across African nations without having to struggle, right? That was quite interesting to behold. It would be great if we have banks here, right? Because I know they are one of the economical pillars. How do we even begin to ensure that the what it is the tariff we pay to be able to make transactions or transfers to other African nations are not as huge and humongous? But like I said, this is not me sowing any ideas in the mind of our listeners. I look forward to the fireside chat that will come up shortly after the second keynote speaker has gone through their own presentation. And then we can have a 15 minutes with Professor Ndubisi and the second keynote speaker, who I will be introducing shortly, to be able to throw questions and also get their thoughts to maybe things that they put on the slide, things that they didn't put on the slide that we would also like clarifications on. Thank you so much, Prof. And we'll be bringing you back for the fireside chat.
Okay, thank you.
And next will be to introduce and to welcome the second keynote speaker, who would be coming forward shortly. I hope it's been quite engaging. For me, I have been seated in front of my screen just listening because, like I said, if you are a business owner, this is an interesting conversation for you to be in. This is a conference you want to be a part of. Why? Because lately you don't want to do a business that is just local. You're looking at expanding your business across Africa. This is a conversation you want to be a part of, especially for business owners that right now have influences and can drive a lot of change within the nation to which they belong. This will begin to help to iron out the thought processes in your head and how you can begin to do better using the influence you have. And then next on the list that we will be bringing forward, our second keynote speaker will be Dr. Vera. And I have the privilege to welcome her and to introduce her reading her bio. Dr. Vera is a distinguished economist and climate advocate. She is the chair and founder of the Liquidity and Sustainability Facility and a senior advisor to the Bank of International Settlements. She co-chairs several high-level panels on climate finance and has co-authored key reports for COP. Kind apologies. I seem to have the wrong updated. Kind apologies. That was a thank you for calling that to my attention. Why do I? There seemed to be a swap. Kind apologies. It seems Dr. Vera will be coming in after lunch. Let me. Apparently, they have dropped a change of updated panel, and I must have missed that. Okay, thank you very much. So I just saw this now. Thank you for calling that to my attention. Our next keynote speaker will be Professor Evans, and I will be taking his bio. Kind apologies, Dr. Vera will be coming in after lunch break at 12. So I will be taking the bio for um, Professor Evans. Professor Evans is a distinguished economist at the Covenant University, Nigeria, and the founding chair of DEPECOS Institution and Development. So it's Institution and Development Research Center, Nigeria, with 2 decades of experience. He has published 5 books and over 200 scholarly articles. He has consulted for numerous international agencies and participated in global conferences. He became the youngest head of department in 2016 and was promoted to full professorship in 2007. He is the pioneer chair of the Center of Economics Policy and Development Research and the pioneer chair of Regional Center of Expertise, Ogun State. Professor Evans is a member of various international societies and has held visiting professorship and scholarship worldwide. He serves on the boards of several companies and leads the African Scholar Mentorship Network. He is a global author for Global Environmental Outlook, the 7th edition GEO7, the flagship report of the United Nations Environmental Programme, UNEP, and holds editorial roles with NES and Springer Nature. He is a fellow of the Alexander von Holtz Bolt Foundation and the Swedish Institute. He is married with children. And on this note, we would like to welcome Professor Evans to the stage with an applause. I know a lot of YouTube interactions are going on. Professor Evans, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Awesome. Good to have you in the studio. Thank you very much for joining us today. I know I will be making you the main, and so that I can also go back to support you. I don't know if you are able to present your own presentation
Okay,
on the
let me
screen. Are you
try.
able to try
Otherwise, I can ask
or
you
you
to
use
do that
both?
for me. But let me
Awesome.
try it and see. Slide. You have no slide. Okay. From computer. Okay.
Yes, it's visible. Can you also check that you are able to move across pages so that we're sure that that's not a glitch?
Okay. Already seen it. How do
Awesome.
I go? Okay.
Awesome. Yes. So it's moved to the next page. So that means you're able to control it from your end.
So I don't. How do I move it? Where's the next page?
Um, yeah, it's moved. So
Okay, it's
I'm seeing
moved.
the outline now. Yes, it's moved. So
Who is moving? Is it you or me?
I need to double check. I think it's you that is moving it. Please confirm. Try moving it from your end again.
No.
Okay, so
It's
someone
not.
backstage is helping you control it. That's fine then.
Okay, you can control it. Okay. Okay. So
Yes,
I'll
we can
take the
control it
slide to
backstage.
move on. Okay.
All right.
Okay. Do I have the stage now? I don't want to say the floor.
Yes, you do have the stage,
Okay, thanks a
sir.
lot. For me, it's a big task to come before my mentor and respected senior colleague, Professor Ekekwe. I was met him since 2009. I was doing my PhD in Sweden. He was asking me to contribute to a chapter of his book, which I did, and that has been insightful. It was economics regarding the use of nanotechnology in Africa. And afterwards, we also did another book, a chapter in his book. And when I wanted to write my first book, edited book in 2014, when I was in Germany on my postdoc, he was one of those that also asked for direction and he gave me the needed support. So asking me to speak before such a person is a big task. You would have asked me to come before him, please. But by and large, he has set a stage for me, which makes my job easy so that we can have enough time to discuss at the fireside. So I will just take about 30 minutes time to discuss some of the things I have, so we can have. I know many in the audience are willing to hear us, so I will reserve that time. We can discuss more. Okay. And then I will be talking on this topic as assigned to me, the importance of public financial literacy in the transition to a single currency, focusing much more on political will and public acceptance in overcoming the obstacles to Montrino. I think he has told us that Montrino is not the miracle we need per se if there's no political will to drive it. So I will be spending time on this area. So I will try as much as I can not to repeat what he has said, but where I need to emphasize some things that are of general interest, I will so do. So if you can go to the next slide, that would be great. Thank you. If you can move this slide to the next one, that would be great. Next, great. All right, please let me plug my laptop charger so that I don't lose energy. 1 minute, please. All right, so no, please go back to the outline. Yeah. So by and large, I will give us the key terms on this topic, and the key terms are around monetary union, single currency. Are they the same thing or different thing? Because I know that we have different audience from different disciplines, so it's not. I don't want to assume that we're all economists or international economists that understand all of the terms. So I will give all the basic terms we are using, so that when we refer to them, we all can be on the same page. And then I will talk about briefly on the benefits of monetary union. Okay. Though there are challenges, yes, which is the next point after that, the obstacles of monetary union. What are the challenges or obstacles that we may conquer or may see as economies of different countries in a given region or a given continent try to have a monetary union. And then I will be suggesting, which is why I will spend more time, some of my thoughts on how we can address such obstacles to realizing the benefits that are inherent or that are available in a multi-union or single currency, and then I will draw some conclusion based on that. So let's take it the next slide, please. Yes, so there are key terms here. Yeah, the first one here is monetary union, which is part of the key terms. So I don't want to assume that we all know it, given the diverse audience that we are dealing with. So basically, from IMF glossary or library, it is defined as a zone where a single currency, a single monetary policy prevails, and inside which single currency or currency which are perfect substitutes can circulate. So there are two key words there. Single monetary policies is available and persists, and then there could be level of a single currency. So I think the eurozone using the EU is a typical case of that, where monetary union has moved on to single currency. But that does not mean that a region that does not have a single currency is not a monetary union. In other words, single currency is the climax, is the ultimate of monetary union. If you can reflect your mind back, those of us in the ECOWAS region, there have been some move towards that to have the ECO to become the currency of the in West Africa. But there have been some movement to go from 2000 to again 2010, and last time I checked, it was moved to 2020, and then I think I don't know where it is now. So single currency can be said to be the climax of monetary union, whereby a given countries in the given region use same currency. But beside that, monetary union is the big umbrella. The one is subset is a single currency. So in monetary union to be successful, there are two main things that have to be there. One is that there's related single monetary policy, and then it could be a single currency or currency that can be exchanged easily. I think a good example of that region is the Scandinavian region or the Nordic countries, the likes of Norway, the likes of Sweden, the likes of Denmark. Even though they have their various currencies, in Sweden you have the Swedish crown, in Denmark you have the Danish crown, in Norway you have the Norwegian crown. So even though there are different currencies, there is a unit of exchange. So if I have 10,000 Swedish crown, I can know how much to anticipate in Danish crown. If I have Danish crown, I know how much you can exchange for Norwegian crown. So that makes trade easy among that region, even though they are not having the same currency, but they have a related monetary policy that ensure that such a easy way of what we call a currency convertibility. So the key points then, there is ease of currency convertibility, and that helps to hedge against issue of exchange rate challenges. Just like Kiko mentioned earlier, the case of whereby SEFA was about one SEFA was about 50 kobo in naira, but now some few years ago, but now one SEFA is more than 2 naira. So which means, so if you have such, if you're having such currency compatibility, such loss of value or welfare loss due to foreign exchange won't be there. So these are some of the key terms we'll be working with in this presentation. If you can move to the next slide, that would be great. Great. But just also, before I go to the benefits as outlined here, it will be great to just give us the trend. Usually, countries that integrate from the concept of trade integration is start with the first stage, which is a free trade area where trade can move, trade of goods and services can occur among the countries involved. And then if that happens, or there's no tariff among the members, and then there's no extra tariff, and then it can now move to the next stage, which is called the custom union. In custom union, one thing that apart from so it's a free trade area that has element of what they call a common external tariff. For example, take the case of ECOWAS. So within ECOWAS and Ghana, there shouldn't be any tariff, but much more so if all the countries within ECOWAS countries have similar tariff to any other countries trading with them outside the ECOWAS region, which is called the common external tariff. It's one of the key features of custom union. And if that move on, then go to the issue of single market, okay, or common market. So in that case, there's no tariff, there's common external tariff. There's movement of people and goods. So people movement becomes important within single market, and then there's common rules and regulations. Then if we move on again to the fourth stage, you have economic union, which is where monetary union also comes about. And then do the final stage, which is called the political union, whereby countries work together. So these are the various stages that within what we call the regional integration. But that is not the focus. And the focus is okay, what are the benefits that countries tend to gain when they have monetary union, okay, or single currency. One is that it helps to promote integration among members countries. Okay, you can move within the ECOWAS region if you're in the ECOWAS zone, for example. You can move to, if you're in the ECA region, East African Community, you can move to the region. If you're in the SADC or SACU region, move. So there's to promote integration among member countries. Another important benefit is that it enhances what we call the market efficiency and the regional collaboration. So so you can have so for example, if I'm a producer in Nigeria, so my market is not only for the Nigerian consumers. Market becomes the market that are for ECOWAS, because I can export my goods, sell my goods to anywhere within that region. Take an example for EU, for example. So if I lived in Germany for years, so if you go to Germany, instead of saying product produced by Germany, instead of saying made in Germany, I think they just put made in the European Union. So that was so the market is only for the German population, but for the whole of European Union. So that's some of the benefit again that one can anticipate when have monetary union. Otherwise, it boosts trade among member countries. So you can easily trade between Germany, between Spain, between Bulgaria, all of the countries that are involved in European Union. Because in that case, another one that I really put here is that it helps to reduce the challenges of foreign exchange volatility of foreign exchange fluctuations. So what you are seeing in the case of naira and dollar and all of that. So that's if you're into business, you're able to mitigate such currency or foreign exchange fluctuations if you have a monetary union in place. And then much more so, it helps businesses and to find new markets. So and then thrive. Like I said earlier, you can export your goods not only to the countries where you reside, where you are registered. You can trade or export your product to all the countries within that monetary union. So, for example, German producer is produced not only for Germany, but it produces for all of the EU member countries. In that case, so it's able to expand business and enjoy the economies of scale. So these are many others are some of the benefits that are available in monetary union. If you can go to the next slide, that would be great. Thank you. Yes, so it does not come without obstacle. There are a number of challenges that are involved. Just like Professor NWC I mentioned earlier, that the fact that there are some CFA countries in West Africa have the same currency doesn't mean that they will do more than other countries that are not. Why? So there are some obstacles or challenges. One is that member countries are prone to very impacts of external shocks. Okay, so when there are external shocks, what we call economic turbulence, member countries are affected. And then there are some issue of physical policy restriction. And these, once the project, which we call funded by UNCTAD, that we found that even if countries are trading more among themselves globally, there is also some increasing level of increasing level of trade restrictions because they have to balance their national interests because each country is first and foremost responsible to their citizens first before they talk about the other member countries in that union. So there's always a kind of dilemma between having political will towards the national countries or interests and or towards the interests of the member countries across the union. And then, of course, there is the issue of a loss of sovereignty and its impact on the currency policies. I'll give us a case shortly. The issue of bailout. We all know that in the from 2010, when Greece have the first bailout after from European Union and also IMF, and then after in 2015, something happened. As at 2024, Greece is owing currently up to over 300 over $200 to be precise, about 290 billion euros they are owing in bailout, and that one has some implications. In fact, the European Union and also the IMF has ordered Greece that they should embark what they call a austerity measure to ensure that they're able to pay the bailout, and that runs from now until 2060. So imagine countries having such external restriction because of the issue of bailout. And I think one of the things that Greece has said they have been agitated to pull out, that they are not being beneficiary, they are not being benefiting from the European Union as anticipated. And then that takes me to the next point, that monetary union is not a miracle per se. There has to be, I think, and she made this point clear. Because money itself does not have value on its own. The value of money lies in what money can access. Money is about, they call it a liquid. I think I was talking to another session. I had a program to talk about the Kenyan embassy in Nigeria in Abuja. I was invited to advise them on the issue of printing of currency or as alternative to a way of fighting the external debt issue. That's some years ago. And one thing I made it clear is that money is a liquid. And if you can see this bottle that money is a liquid, and it's a liquid, and it must stay in a container to be relevant. You can't carry liquid on your hand. There has to be a container whereby the liquid is contained. Okay, so take money as a liquid. There has to be an economic container, economic activities that we are producing goods and services that the money can exchange. So if you are exchanging money and it's not backed up by goods and services, of course, the impact will be more than what is expected. Like I just was told them that it's like you are watering a farmland that you have not cultivated. So even though you are irrigating a farmland not yet cultivated, instead of you trying to have harvest at the end of the day, you cause erosion. So the same way, if there are not enough production, there are not enough infrastructure available to drive such process, having monetary union is not the answer. I think with the case of Greece is a clear example that led them into having over $300 $300 billion in debt because of being a member of monetary union. So it's not about monetary union per se. There has to be some activities that will drive it, and that's why Germany is one of the most beneficiary of the European Union. Why? Germany has a lot of production. For the call German machines, the production is high, so they can produce and export to member countries, unlike other countries that can produce as such. So that is the point clear that money is liquid. There must be a container for the relevance of the money to be actualized. So let's move to the next slide. So I will not stay long on this slide. Yes, I'll give a case of the West African Monetary Union. So even though they have singular currency, 8 of them West African, that has not been that has not translated to them having economic abundance, economic prosperity. Why? Because, like I said earlier, money is a liquid. There must be a container, economic container that should assist to exchange goods and services. Because money is for exchange of goods and services. So production are essential for monetary union to work. So let's look at the next one. How do we address, which is where I will try to. So there are 3 points I want to emphasize today on how do we address monetary union. How do we address the challenges? How do we tackle the challenges? Apart from the other ones that my mentor has mentioned, was on NWC, has mentioned regarding the issue of infrastructure. I think that case of somebody exporting Nigeria, a big country, you've been able to take your cassava from with the trade station to another community, makes easier. So if there is issue of infrastructure, it helps to exchange goods, which is one of the things again that is happening in European Union. So you can work in Germany and live elsewhere. So you work weekends, people work in Bulgaria. People who are Bulgarians work in Germany. So they leave Monday morning by train, Monday night, Sunday night by train, Monday morning in Germany. They work by weekend. They go back to Bulgaria with their family, and then weekend again they come back. So such infrastructure is essential to drive it. But for today, there are 3 points I'm putting forward. One is that there's needs the role of public financial literacy is essential, because we are in the age and time now whereby information is everywhere. But one painful thing is that most of these information are not censored. Then the quality check are not there. So we see a lot of fake news. So people who shouldn't have a voice on an issue, commenting on issue that they know little about. I was in a conference whereby the former vice president of Nigeria, Osibanjo, was talking about that. It's painful. The experts who should talk are not talking, but those who don't know anything about it are talking, because I have to be a member of the Nigerian Economic Society, a council member, and he was advising that such professional bodies should lend voice to issues around, to avoid that people talking in areas they don't have sure about. So the issue of public literacy, and that comes in many ways, from issue of capacity building, in putting a curriculum, ensuring the learning, ensuring the skill acquisition around all of these. So we need capacity building to enhance public financial literacy. I think he mentioned the issue of physical rascality. So there should be a way that the public are able to make the public officers accountable, and these are to be done through enlightenment. It's so painful that when things of public interest that are actually very very grievous, that should be treated informatively. They should be treated with utmost sense of decorum, utmost sense of responsibility. We just make a joke on it on social media and we laugh at it. And for example, it's like snake swallow money, monkey swallow money, and we just make a joke of it, and nobody hear anything about it. So there needs to be public awareness on information that can hold public officers accountable. So the issue of public enlightenment using using mass media are essential. Issue of capacity building of stakeholders across, not stakeholders to understand what it means. It can be a seminar, it can be press media, media houses. So public financial literacy are essential to understand the tenets, the benefits, and the challenges that are in Montino. So that's the very first point I put forward today. The role of public financial literacy are essential for Montino to work, so that people can talk for the point of experience, point of expertise, and not just fake news that they know nothing about, as we see often. Now let's go to the next slide, please. Yes. So the next point is we kind of have get too much political will. There has to be willingness to move forward politically. I think that thing President BC has said that a lot. So political will in terms of what are we driving at? If we want to have common currency in, for example, in ECOWAS, okay, what our the respective government in countries, in the 15 countries that make up ECOWAS state, what is their will behind it? Okay, we saw the recent issue in Mali, in Burkina Faso, in Niger, whereby they tried to leave ECOWAS. Okay, so there has to be political will that can drive the process, because whatever you do, somebody said that West African countries are not bereaved of some policies. Okay, in Nigeria, I think we have a lot of plans, development plans, well articulated with goals, with milestones, but the political will to drive them are not there. Okay, and then that is what we normally call a policy somersault. One government comes. It's unfortunate there was a policy that was being driven during the last government of Buhari, but probably when this new government came on board, such were jettisoned and they were like a new one entirely. So such political will to drive it are key. This means to say that then we need to trust them. Political leaders that have enough of insight, hindsight, and even foresight. They can draw lessons from the historical evidence. They can draw lessons from what you have now. They can see ahead, and I think that's why I want to mention clearly that the case of Rwanda, which I found as an excellent examples, that we have such a benevolent leader. They can drive the process high. So if we have such Paul Kagame of Rwanda in most African countries, they can drive this process. You'll be surprised on what can be done. For example, doing business in Rwanda is as simple as if you want to register a company in Rwanda, for example. I was there 2019. I was also there last year, so I understand what happens then. At the click of the mouse, I don't have to go to any CAC. I don't have to go to anybody. I don't have to go to a lawyer or go to an accountant to register a company for me. I just log to the website, put all my documents, attach them, and within 24 hours, I have my business registered. But if you want to do that in Nigeria, that can take you 3 months. You have to go through a lawyer, go through a trade accountant, and you know how that can be expensive. So we have such political leaders that can drive the process. So political will is another second point I want to emphasize that are crucial in driving single currency or multi-union, or to make it to work. So let's move to the next slide as I begin to move forward. Yes, it can happen. Why? Yes. So there's needs. The point I want to emphasize now is the issue of public acceptance. So even the public needs awareness to accept that it can work. I think that I have a question here. Recently, and I think that took off in 2018. The African continental free area. Thankfully, is the headquarters is in Ghana, Accra, Ghana, which is close to Nigeria, which is plus. I interestingly said that I think we were part of those. Our center was part of those who were at the forefront in 2018 when Nigeria initially didn't want to sign up for that African continental area. So that could that be a way to start from to drive it, but much more so is also the role of various regional economic communities are essential. So we cannot start with the Africa big picture. We can start with the um, regional economic communities, ECOWAS for the West Africa, East Africa Community (EAC) for the East African, SADC, South African, SADC and SACU for the Southern Africa. They have also a CEMAC, COMESA there. So we can start with. And the next point is that there's need to also have a serious payment system that can be continental. So if we want to drive such in Africa, there must be a payment system. And to be it's quite painful that if you want to send money to Ghana alone, initially it was easy to do it, and though the charge was on, I was have a team member in our center, Diadec, who is based in Ghana. We did the project. I wanted to just give him his own a stipend. It will cost almost $60 to remit $100 to him. So that is you are 60% of the charges are going to the bank. And so I think this one that's already put in place that can be promoted is the Pan-African payment and settlement system. So if that can be more efficient, it could be easy to drive that, because most times to send money across African countries is difficult. But this last week I was in UNEP, last week, first week of September, I was in UNEP in Nairobi, in Kenya. And so because of the difficulty of sending money to this team member in Ghana, I have to carry cash. So I say, in case I see somebody from Ghana, I can give you the money. And thankfully, I met somebody from close to him in Ghana, and I discovered him, we made a phone call, and he said he can give to him. So I have to give the money to him in cash, so I can give to him in Ghana when he gets to Ghana. So it's like going back to the old system. Why? Because the payment system, you cannot transfer money from Nigerian bank to another bank. It could take days. Otherwise, you have to go to Europe settlement platform before it goes on. So such payment system is essential if we must have a multi that can work in Africa. So this perhaps Pan-African payment and settlement system is what to promote, and we can have much more payment gateways than that. So people can have choices, and they reduce the cost of transaction. Because if you're in business, if you're spending money to transfer money, it eats up on your capital, and that affects on what you can do. So public acceptance, leveraging on technology is another strong point I'm bringing on board that are very crucial in driving a monetary union or single currency. Let's go to the next slide as we move on. Thank you. Great. So to conclude, so we can go on to the Q&A. Is that so? In summary, monetary union can foster trade, competition, and then transparent environment member countries. So people can learn for what they are doing, and then so firms in Ghana can now become efficient because they know that their firm in Nigeria will compete with them. So it can, at the end of the day, increase efficiency and promote efficiency. So single currencies, I said again, is a climate. So monetary union is a big umbrella. So it could be single currency, or it could be currency that can be traded. I mean, in the case of the Nordic countries or the Scandinavian countries, the Swedish crown can easily exchange for Norwegian crown. Norwegian crown can. But I was living in Sweden. I did my PhD in Lund University in Sweden, and for most people who live because in the capital of Denmark, Copenhagen, is very expensive there to live in because it's a very big capital city. So people live in the neighboring towns around Copenhagen, and by train they move to. It's 1 hour by train from Lund to Copenhagen. So you stay in the cheap accommodation in Lund, and then you work in the Copenhagen. So within 5 minutes, within 1 hour by train, you are already there. So that's caused the role of infrastructure. You mentioned either railway. You can't talk about the ratio of railway, because one train can carry about almost 40 coaches. So it can easy of mobility for both goods and services, even the number of people. So it makes it easy. So because we all know that it's even difficult to travel within Africa than travel to Europe, because You have to, if you have to, somebody had a program in Dakar. Somebody was coming for Cameroon. You have to fly first to Rwanda or to Ethiopia before he now comes to Dakar because of issue of movement. So infrastructure is very essential for monetary union to work to conquer some of the obstacles. And the issue of political stability are essential. Much more so, financial literacy is key. Political is key, and public acceptance are key that can help us to um, uh, drive the benefits and ensure that we sustain it. But in final words, I said the monetary union is not just a miracle. It's not the miracle. There has to be something to work, because don't forget this my illustration that money is liquid. There must be a container that can help us to contain it, which is the economy. There has to be an activity of goods and services production that the money can be exchanged. Otherwise, we cause erosion if you are not if you didn't plant a farmland that you are watering. So in other words, money it's not the ultimate. There has to be political will to drive infrastructure, to drive the system to work. So once again, I think the next slide should be conclusion. The last one is thank you. I think that's, I don't feel there's anything again. Yeah, thank you so much. And like I said, I want to spend 30 minutes so we can have enough time to discuss Q&A. I know many persons are already having questions in mind. So once again, thanks a lot to be part of this insightful and interesting conference. Thanks a lot. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Professor Evans. Quite insightful. I like the take on the political angle and the political willingness, right? Because that's really important to be able to drive the nation forward. I was taking a lot of note, like I said earlier, as a business person, this is a conversation that enlightens your mind because you cannot be doing business in Africa and you're an ostrich who is just hiding in the soil. You need to know what is actually out there, what is possible, and how you can begin to influence all of these things because it all is related to every one of us. Thank you very much, Professor Evans. I know we will be going into the fireside chat right now. Um, it was quite a good use of time, and I'm expecting some of the questions that are YouTube to be shared, and then we can begin to take it. But we already have a question. I'm just waiting for the backend team to bring Professor Ndubisi back into the studio because the fireside chat will be happening amongst three of us. People have been trained questions to put your presentation, and I will be sharing the questions as they come along. So let's just give a few minutes for us to try and get Professor Ndubisi back in the studio.
It's okay. Thank you. Adobe.
Professor Ndubisi, can you hear me? If you were backstage so that we could bring you forward. Okay, and he hasn't joined and we're trying to get a hold of him. Okay. I know the link has been posted, right? Okay, thank you very much for transferring the questions in YouTube to StreamYard, so it makes it easy for me to navigate. Thank you to the back, um, to the stage behind, to the team behind the scene. We really appreciate you. Okay, so while we're waiting for Professor Ndubisi to come back on stage, I will start with the questions that has been thrown to you, Professor Evans, and then we can take it on till we have Professor Ndubisi back on stage. So one of the questions that has come for you, Professor Evans, is what can the AU do as at today to take this monetary union conversation forward as a governing body for the continent?
Yeah, I think they are trying to do that already. And then the first I would recommend is to work with the private sector across Africa continent regarding the issue of the payment system, because basically you need uh, goods have to be exchanged, and you need money to exchange it, because most people find it difficult to trade among countries because of issue of even if you have the electronic payment system is not to have a central that I will mention the PAPS, the Pan African payment system, payment and settlement system. If that could be much more efficient, so you have to go through they don't have to go through PayPal or go to other. So that will give us a system whereby at one click of button, I can pay my customer in Ghana, I can pay my customer in Rwanda, I can pay my customer in Kenya. So the system converts with the uniform exchange rate, so it doesn't have to bother myself with the exchange rate. So that's one. And then two is that African Union is like umbrella of all the heads of states that make up the African countries. And like I mentioned, in the case of this dilemma between national interest and the general interest. Of course,
Yes.
you have to feed your people at home first before you can feed your family members. And we have seen that a lot. The case happened in Ghana, whereby after having a meeting with ECOWAS in Abuja, Nigerian traders, Igbo brothers in Ghana, were asked to leave or they paid $300,000. And they just had a meeting a few days with head of state. Everybody agreed that let's see how we can promote. So because why there was a cry in Ghana that most businesses in Ghana are being taken by the Nigerian traders, Nigerian merchants. So the president had to respond more to the people's cry first before talking about the uh, ECOWAS interest. So first and foremost is that African Union is they have a challenge to let's set the African agenda. We have what we call the agenda 2063, so that every president buys into it that Africa is a point at which he has to decide now because the world is moving. So, in other words, every president in any country of Africa should see African Union as our own first. Otherwise, the policy they are making that the African Union may not work because it needs national interest to drive it. I'll give you another case of the African continental free area. What happened? It was signed in March 2018 in Kigali. Nigeria even sent an advance party to go there ahead of time. But the president said, please come back home. I'm not coming again. Why? Because there were outcry from different civil society, different set of making a case, and he had to come out. So it took some time to begin to negotiate again, renegotiate to make the president understand why they should be part of it. So, in summary, there are three things I've said now. One is African Union should help to drive the Pan-African payment system. Okay. Two is that help to each president of each country to understand that African Union is first before each interest, so that the national interest does not conflict with the common interest. And then three is that political will are needed so that it can create an infrastructure and others. So these are the things that it can do. Otherwise, it will be like everybody will agree in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, African Union headquarters, and go back home and do what is in their mind based on their what is their national interest. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you very much for that feedback, because as you were sharing, I remembered the example you gave earlier where you had to travel with cash, right, because of the payment infrastructure that is not
Yeah,
very
yeah.
sound. And then now tying it also to the incident you described about Nigerians doing better in a country, and then the cry out to their leader led to the Ghanaian government actually signing with the nationals of Ghana to be able to roll out a fine that was not so very pleasant to
Yeah.
the Nigerian. It began to make me think, if we had a payment system that was more unified, we will then have a lot of people have to migrate to these countries to trade, because since we have a more unified payment system, they might need to stay back home in Nigeria, right, and then trade cross border
Yeah.
and still get their returns, wherein the
That is it.
nationality now become their partners or their distributors in their nation, but
That
then
is it.
it
Yeah.
creates that synergy of trade that we want to see in Africa, wherein we will see less immigration happen, right? Because people can now transport easily, like what Professor Indubisi said earlier. There are trains that make transportation of goods easier and safer, which means that these goods arrive in time and they're able to hit the market at the right time and at the right price. And then we can get returns for these goods based on the unified payment system. So I see how this ties in, right? Thank you so much for that feedback.
Yeah.
I
Thanks a
took
lot.
note of that, which will also help us as we begin to drive the engagement we have with African Union. Now, another question that just came in for you is, what bottlenecks would we expect, and who are the actors? Thank you so much to this person who posted it. They were really following the slides when you posted it. So, what are the
Yeah.
bottlenecks we would expect, and who are the actors responsible for the bottlenecks?
Yeah. The bottlenecks are a number of. I think I mentioned this on my slides, but basically, the government has to drive it, and the government need to be informed to drive it. Okay, I think my boss is in the house, so maybe I should shut up so I can talk.
Oh, no, no, you can finish the question and then we can. You can finish the question. Thank you. Thank you
Welcome,
very
sir. I
much,
was
Professor Ndubisi,
all
for that
right.
feedback.
So the government has to drive it. The government has to drive it because whatever you are doing, just one statement from the government can turn it around. Look at the case we saw made last year. Subsidy gone. Just one state sentence. Subsidy gone. That one statement within the following day, we saw issue of the exchange rate, we saw issue of capital flight. Why? Because people tend to respond to that. We don't know what this government that is coming in can do. So the very first one is bottlenecks to conquer is to conquer political sensitivity. Political sensitivity. Political leaders that can respond uh, based on well-informed council. And thankfully, Nigeria, African countries, we are not bereaved of insight plans. We have the best mind in the world. Trust me,
True.
Africans are the best mind in the world. If they go anywhere in Canada, they go to anywhere in Asia, they go to anywhere in America, they are thriving, right? The mind is there. And we have policies in Nigeria, but if it's not driven with political understanding, it could be counterproductive. I think the issue of we're seeing Nigeria is an example. So the bottleneck is to conquer political. I don't want to use the word rascality, but political sensitivity. So people can respond to business. Yeah, basically, apart from being academia, I also have businesses and also sit on board of companies to understand what companies face. Now you have a company in Nigeria, you have to buy, you have to fuel your generator because there's no power supply. So all of them, you are competing with your neighbor, your counterparts in China. That
Yeah.
transport is almost taken for granted. Power supply is almost taken for granted. So imagine the
Mhm.
average cost you are incurring compared to your competitor in China. So how do you expect such Nigerian firm or producer to compete with the Chinese firm? But, the goods can move. So we need such political will to ensure that infrastructure are put in place. And in terms of resources, we are not building resources. Africa is one of the most endowed. Take of any kind of resources are there in Africa. They are there. So these political will they help us to harness our potentials are essential to conquer all the bottlenecks. Issue of literacy, issue of infrastructure. These are issue of payment system I mentioned earlier. These are some bottlenecks that need to be conquered for us to enjoy the benefit of a monetary union. Thank you.
Thank, thank you very much, Professor Evans, for that feedback. That encapsulates a lot of things that we want to begin to see, the political actors who literally it's their will and their buying that we're looking at this moment. Um, I will then come over to Professor Ndubisi. Now with the fireside chat, I know that we had said that we'll be bringing you back on stage. So thank you very much for coming back in the studio for the fireside chat. And I will kick off with the very first question that had come while we were speaking. We have people that are viewing this across the different social media platforms across the world, and they've been posting questions. Now, one of the questions that was thrown to you, sir, is could Professor Ndubisi shed more light on the formulation of capital? Can you
Okay.
hear us, sir?
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, I
Okay,
can hear
great.
you.
Oh, okay. Thank you so much. Hey, Van, it's good to see you. Long time.
I was saying that they brought me after you. That was because how can you bring the son after the father?
Great.
Thank you, sir.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. So, capital, let me say it this way. The unit of capital is money. The unit of capital is money. And money is not a factor of production. Rather, capital is a factor of production. So to make it very easy for someone to understand it, so let us assume that I am living in a village and I have 10 plots of land. And another person is living in the same village. Let's say he has 20,000 Nigerian naira in the bank. Within the Nigerian construct today, the bank will see that person with 20,000 naira as being, in quotes, someone with means, because that person has money in the bank. Because my acres of land, plots of land, Nigeria is not capturing it in any document. Nigeria doesn't see it in any balance sheet. The banks don't even have knowledge that I have that plot of land. So we say that a nation which operates within that framework is not operating optimally because that plot of land has not been capitalized to become an asset which can also be used by that owner within the market system. So the person who has the plot of land, maybe he wants to send the child to school. He has 20 plots. The real thing there, he could have maybe have an opportunity of selling one or two. But unfortunately, today in Nigeria, it's very difficult, unless if you're living in the major cities. So what happens? He has 20 plots of land. He cannot sell 2 plots of land to educate his son or his daughter. He remains very, very poor, even though he is living on top of an asset that could have actually taken care of him. So what I'm saying here, imagine a scenario where a government goes into that village, maps that plot of land, register it in a national document, now gives it value. And when it gives it that value, it assigns the rights of that plot of land to that person. You know what happens? You have basically given that particular person a very powerful economic asset. So the next time he wants to sell to pay for his child's school fee, he can say, "Oh, I have got 20 here. Let me sell one plot." And because the government has also made it easy for the free buying and selling of that plot of land, the velocity on that asset will just be very good. So somebody may be in Lagos and buy that plot of land. Somebody may even be, like say, in Ghana and buy that plot of land without necessarily living in that village. So that's what happens in America. You could be living in Nigeria. There are so many Nigerians, when they make small money, they say they want to invest in real estate in America. They don't need to go to United States. They don't even have American visa. What they do is that they invest in that real estate, buy that, and then look for somebody who can manage the rental collection on that investment. What is going on? Because the Americans have made it easy. If you go to the city office, what they call county, you can know the owner of a plot of land or owner of a property. Today, your house in the village, most possibly in Gambia, is not in the balance sheet of the Gambian government. And they don't even know you own that house, which means that house is not collateralable. You can't use it to take loan. You can't use it to get fund, and you can't use it to actually do anything of value except just to sleep there and wake up there. So what that means is putting that asset, that land, that property, and categorizing it within the national asset base is what we call capital. That means you have given it power that people can trade and it can be traded upon. If you do that, most people you call poor people across Africa will become rich people. In short, most of the banks we have today will start opening offices in the rural areas because the rural people who are poor today are not necessarily poor. Most of them are rich. It's just that we have not given them the vehicle for them to be seen and for them to actually be very, very rich. Can you say that somebody who has 100 cows in northern part of Nigeria is a poor person? Today, what bank will say that person is poor? Nigerian banks will say that person is poor. But if you record those 100 cows against that person, put it in an entry in the national ledger through the banking system, you really know who is rich. And not those bankers that put on suit and earning maybe 200,000 naira a month. That business, that farmer with 100 cows. So that's what I mean by capital. It is just doing the evolution of the what I call property rights. You need to do this. And remember, no country or no continent has ever advanced without the formalization of their system. And we, Africa itself, cannot overcome, no matter how hard we try. We have to do this for us to create prosperity in all parts of our continent. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for saying that. I would probably bring a twist to that question because thank you very much. I hear you in the sense of what truly is capital, right? Which is more or less like the collateral formalization of most of our assets because truly Africans are rich in assets. However, the problem or the bridge is the inability to convert those assets into money, which is a form of trade, especially when you have to send your children to school. You pay with money. You don't pay with cows. You don't pay with land, right? Because the school you're sending them to requires money. The question is on the part of the individuals, right? Now, Professor Evans already spoke about the political actors in this, which is what the government needs to do. Knowing that it's not something that can be done in like the blink of an eye, realizing the political actors we currently have right now on the scene. What are the things, especially trying to also tie into what Professor Evans already said earlier? So I don't know if you, Professor Ndubisi, wants to answer it or Professor Evans wants to take this. He had talked about financial literacy, right? Which now boils down to the fact that the populace themselves also need to be educated, right? In the sense of if my government is not yet providing this for me, what can I also do to ensure that I'm able to open up more trade opportunities for myself, pending when we get to a place where the government is doing what they need to do? What would you say to the populace in terms of how they can begin to bridge this gap for themselves?
Okay, let me try that. The prof can also come in there, but let me say this. If you look at the market system, a key element in every market system is the capacity to build platforms. What do I mean by platforms? If you go to the United States today, they have what they call the United States Postal Service.
Yeah.
The United States Postal Service has not made a single profit in the last 22 years. And there is a reason for that. America understands that for rural and urban America to operate efficiently, you need logistics and supply chain apparatus so that the woman in the remote part of Alaska can do business with somebody in New York City. And without the logistics, everything will break down. So the US Congress will say, US Postal Service, we do not really set you up to just be making profit. Provided you can create a system that will allow rural and urban America to trade. That trade volume or whatever that US Postal Service can enable, we will tax it. And when we tax it, any loss US Postal Service is incurring, we will recover it through tax. So for instance, they can declare $20 billion loss, but they're enabling an economic activity of 1 trillion. When you pass
That's
that 1 trillion, you could recover 50 billion, which means that to a large extent, the US has actually made money through their postal system. But when you come to Nigeria, they will tell us that our postal service has to be a profit center. It has to make profit. If it doesn't make profit, shut it down. So they will shut the Nigerian Postal Service down. And when that happens, you know what happened? The rural part of Nigeria is discomminated and disintermediated from the urban part of Nigeria. And by that happen, there is no logistics and supply chain. And that will now destroy economic linkages internally within the same country. Having one country, one currency will not solve that problem because the logistics is not there. So what the citizens can do, there are things they can do. But the most fundamental thing remains, what are the platforms for market? And this platform for market, most times, there is just not any citizen can do. Look at e-commerce we're talking about in Africa. Most of these e-commerce companies are operating in major cities because they don't have the infrastructure capacity to build networks in all parts of the continent. So how can you be an electronic product that is not nationwide within a national boundary? Because you're looking at marginal cost efficiency, you're looking at transportation issues, and you say, I'm only going to operate in Lagos, Nigeria, I'm only going to operate in Nairobi, in Kenya. My point is this: there is no alternative for us to advance as a continent, as a people at the national level. That our leaders have to understand catalytic things that must be done. And those catalytic things must not be seen from the lens of, oh, we are making money from it, and if it's not generating profit, we have to shut it down. I live in the village in Nigeria. When I live in the village, before they forced me to go to university, I actually tried to negotiate with my grandmother, allow me to be in the village because life was good. There was everything you really needed. But you know what? Today, everything has been taken out. Postal service gone, train stations gone, everything gone. Why? The framework is, if the Director General of Nigerian Postal Service is not posting profit, that means Postal Service has to go. America does not run like that. China does not run like that. In short, if you buy something in China from New York, I mean, that's the problem Joe Biden is having now. He's trying to shut down Shein and Temu. These are e-commerce companies in the United States. You can get something shipped from China for 10 cents. You know, ask yourself, how can you be in New York and buy something? Somebody will ship it for 90 cents, 10 cents. You know what happened? China has subsidized logistics, creating a competitive position in that no part of the world can compete with China on logistics. And by winning through logistics, you can beat China. But if you don't have that, why would somebody buy from you? So platforms are key. The citizens have to do what they have to do, but our leaders have to do their jobs. And that means they need to provide platforms for market. And then when those platforms are available, we can now build companies on top of those platforms. Nothing else will work. Otherwise, we will be subsistent in operations. I just do my own thing. You do your own thing. If I am lucky, I buy my small car, you buy your small car. But if we really want to have shared prosperity, where everyone will move at the speed of light, I am doing well, you are doing well, because of the shared energy that platform has provided, I can do much, much, much better. You can also do much, much better, and we can carry everyone along. Otherwise, our business, our trade will be subsistent just the same way we have been doing agriculture for more than 150 years. Nigeria uses 70% of its working population in agriculture. Do you know the outcome? Mass hunger in the community of farmers. If you go to America, they use less than 3%, and they are feeding everyone with obesity because they have so much food that people are dying of obesity. So how can you draw the contrast? It is about platforms, and that is the real single currency that we should be discussing, because that is what will drive efficiency in the utilization of products, factors of production, to drive that opportunity for the beautiful continent. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Ndubisi, for that take on the question. I don't know if Professor Evans has a few things he wants to chime in to
Yeah,
this, right?
I'll just add one. He has told us what government should do and need to do, because governments are just supposed to be for the people, because they came for the people. So, but to add to it, there are also some emerging platforms for particular issue of capital. I know there are issue of a number of real estate. You don't have to have 100 million to buy real estate. Can they also, I know of a number of that, like reverse and all of that. You can even buy as little as 10,000 naira. So they put the fund together and allocate a kind of a make such landed property, but they buy tract of land and they begin to put a money price on it. So you are even investing in bits. So these are also platforms that even the private sector are taking initiative about. But the issue of regulation also matters, so to ensure that such activities are properly regulated and nobody is being cheated. So these can also organize themselves together within the private sector and provide some of those platforms, particularly issue of land. Like, so if you have such asset bought on real estate, you can use that for collateral at the bank and all that. So that's also one way that we can make our landed property to be such more useful. And the similar case have been done in Northern Kenya, that you have cows. They can also value that cow and put a tag on it, so you can use that as well to the bank. So such private sector initiative are also very important. Again, the issue of regulation comes in so that nobody is cheated. Yeah, that's a lot. And of course, the point that is raised by the government cannot be overemphasized. The government is coming to do what they should do, because one sentence from the government can turn everything around. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Professor Evans, for that. I think that still ties back into the whole financial literacy, because somebody just posted the ability to know that even the lands you have, right, they are now private sectors that you can approach to actually put a monetary value on this,
Yeah.
which allows you to exchange your landed property for money to be able to meet your needs where money is actually required as the means of exchange. Thank you so much for that. I know in the studio we have the president of Agsef, one of the conveners. Maybe she has a thought or two before we wrap up the fireside chat, and then we can go for lunch break. Ma'am, do you have any input to the conversation so far?
Thank you so very much, Adobe. Thank you, Professor Ndubisi. Thank you, Professor Evans. I see that you have, for want of a better word, postulated a pathway that a lot of African nations can begin to implement if they truly want to see shared prosperity. I also observed that you have observed a lot of governments, past, present, and I want you to sort of give us in 3 words or in 3 sentences. Do you think this present administration, and this is me speaking for Nigeria, and maybe you can talk about 2 other nations within the context of the continent. Do you think they are on a pathway to creating this shared prosperity by just touching some of their monetary policies? And if I know this may look like a tough spot, but I want you to speak to it objectively as an economist because we want to profess solutions. And when you say that, I also want you to sort of suggest what you think can be a better approach to some of the things that are currently being done. Because a lot of times when we talk about politics and governance, no government necessarily enters into power and truly wants to destroy. If you see what I'm saying, most times they don't do what they need to do because they don't know what to do. In fairness, so now I think that maybe this administration has an agenda, but if we're to look at what they are doing, do you think they're on the pathway of creating shared prosperity? If yes, if no, what do you think they can begin to do to bring us back on that pathway? These conversations are critical because from here, we can extract some of these conversations and begin to push for active conversations, even at seats of power. Thank you, sir.
Okay, I think my boss is here. Okay, I just give my point because we just had a annual conference, the number 65 in for Nigerian Economic Society, where I'm a council member and I happen to be the conference chair for that event, conference editor. And typically, we invited the president and the vice president to be there, but unfortunately, they went to China, they couldn't come. But their economic advisor was there, a very brilliant man, I respect, Dr. Tokwe. And the communique has been circulated. So all of this might be discussed. One thing is the political will. If I'm Tinubu today, okay, let's forget that how it came about is there now. The first and foremost, I say, okay, we know the government is broke. That is obvious. Is look at the cabinet. a government that is broke has the highest number of ministries ever in the history of Nigeria. Okay, how do you marry that? Okay, we are borrowing money from IMF from all over the world, and then we are bloating our budget. How do you marry that? A government that is set to be broke is buying private jet for president and all of that. So if of that, it's about cut down those costs of governance. Okay, that Nigerians will take you serious. Okay, now we don't need to have a minister, the minister of state or other minister, and with all of the peripheries. So if I am here today, I think first and foremost is to let's buy back our public interest, cut down cost of governance, and easy to do, cut ministries, and for example, agriculture. You have this of is that because to even transport. You have transport is transport. That is air transport or road transport or water transport. It's transport. You now have minister for one for the air, one for the road, one. So honestly, I'm afraid what we are seeing, we are we are looking backward, driving forward, and we don't know the results. So that's why I mentioned the Rwanda. You can see progressive mindset. I was there, and you know the one that came to study in Nigeria. This our monthly environmental sanitation we do. They came to Nigeria, learn it, and then take to the next level. What happens as any minister or parliamentary of government every Saturday, I think the last Saturday of the month, you go to your area, you go to your domain, work with them. Whatever is happening, have a council meeting, we call it a town hall meeting. Then the next meeting with the government, you bring from these people. This is what my people are saying. So that this close gap between the government and the government. So the trust is there, even though the words are saying is as overstate, but people love him because they can see progress. Today we talk about how do we drive African Union. Today you don't need visa to go to Rwanda. Just take your passport, enter Rwanda. Why? As you come, you can make money from you stay in the hotel, you buy our food, you promote economic activity, you're able to make more money on that. So such progressive mindset, the likes of the Kagame, is what we can ask African leaders to emulate instead of going to China to bow down, borrow money, go to IMF. So to be frank with you, this is my personal opinion, which I'm attached to. It's like what we are doing is like you're looking forward. We are don't want to drive forward, but we're looking backward, and it could be calamitous. Thanks a lot. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Professor Ndubisi, can I hear your thought on this, sir?
Yeah, thank you so much. And I think Professor said everything. When you look at United States, they don't even have many ministers. I mean, just less than 10 guys. Of course, they call it secretary in the United States. The real deal here is many times Nigeria has a very good roadmap. The problem is that instead of focusing on the corruption, which actually causes trouble, we now try to get distracted. Fuel subsidy has been used across nations to boost competitiveness in markets. In other words, subsidizing energy is a very common tool nations use to become more competitive in the international market. But the case of Nigeria is the corruption in the fuel subsidy was what now made fuel subsidy to look bad. So if you look at it, the government should not have removed that the way he removed it. Also, the floating of Naira, the day it happened, I was among the only few people who say that Nigeria may not recover on the paralysis that the floating of Naira will cause. Because, look at it this way. If you have $2,000 in the market today, and 1,000 people are looking for $1,100, whether you are floating the Naira or whether you are not floating the Naira, the demand and supply, you have not shifted the equilibrium. So if you now leave Naira within the full market forces, what happens? The asymmetric imbalance between demand and supply, because you are not producing more dollar, you are only going to leave their Naira on the vagaries of market forces, which means the much demand will make Naira to lose value with dollar. So that was what I said in June last year when this policy came. I said that we are going to be battered because Naira does not have a swim jacket to swim, even though we are floating it on the sea. And what is that swim jacket? It needs their capacity for have industries in Nigeria that can produce and generate dollar. We don't have it. So there was this economics textbook in secondary school, O.A. Lawal, O-level economics textbook. It was very, very popular. If you use O.A. Lawal's book, look at the demand and supply, chapter 3, and what it will tell you is as simple as that. How many dollar are you producing? How many dollar do you need? If it's the same number before floating and after floating, what you have just done, you've thrown Naira to go and swim in a market, in a sea, it doesn't have a life jacket. So that was what the government is trying to do was to solve a problem that did not really exist. The issue was a corruption in the policy, and not necessarily that pegging currency was wrong. I mean, Saudi Arabia pegs its currency to the dollar. Even China pegs its currency. Who doesn't peg his or her currency to the US dollar, except the European Union or Great Britain? There is always this thing, what is our dollar equivalent going to be? But Nigeria should have focused on eliminating the corruption in our exchange rate system instead of leaving Naira vulnerable the way it is. I believe that if you can provide energy competitiveness and you cannot stabilize your currency, you cannot build a future economic system, because investors are constantly going to look at the volatility of your currency to know whether they can actually make a long-term decision. So because of that volatility in our Naira, investors can only invest within 3-month window. So when they want to invest, if I'm putting it at when it's 1,005, what happens in 5 years? Is it going to be 10,000? Is it going to be 5,000? And that is the biggest challenge we have going forward. And now energy, a very critical element in the production system. If that energy is not competitive, you know what happens? Guys in Togo, guys in China, other people, they have energy competitiveness. That means products and services created in Nigeria will not be competitive. So I do not see how we are going to get out of this paralysis without fixing those fundamental things. And that is the reason why many young people are leaving the country. Because when they look forward, they can't see a future. And I'm hoping that the government is getting the signal. And if they are getting the signal, they need to say, let's go back to what has worked. So finally, like I noted during my presentation, we need pragmatism in our leadership. Pragmatism in our leadership is, what is it that works, irrespective of who has proposed it or not? Let's leave the political liturgy of this is the APC's policy, this is the PDP policy. Let's just look at what works. And you know what worked? Emefiele, the former CBN governor of Nigeria, between June 2014 to May 2015, he was the CBN governor. If you look at the Delta, how he managed the foreign exchange it was largely constant. Naira did not shift within a year. But the same guy under him, another president came in 2015. Within less than 6 months, he has stabilized this Naira for more than 12 months. You know what happened? Everything started collapsing. So why didn't you tell him, sir? In the last 12 months, we've gotten Naira stable at 197 Naira per dollar. At the black market, at the official market, 157 per dollar. This thing is working. Let's be pragmatic. Let's do whatever we are doing. But they changed it. And the result was Naira started crashing up to 400. So that is where we need discipline. That if we are pragmatic, whether it is a black goat that is very good in eating the grass or the white goat, it doesn't matter, provided the grass is eaten. And once we do that, Africa will have a promise. But today, it's very unfortunate that I cannot bow to that, because politicians at the national level in Nigeria are more interested in this is my idea than what is actually working. And sometimes those ideas are bad, but they want to take a credit that they have something they have proposed, even when that thing they have proposed is bad. You know, I posted something last night in Abia State when the new governor came, Governor Oti came. Abia State used to be the top three in NECO and WAEC for years, because literacy rate in the Odimo state was more than 90%. But Abia State dropped out of the top 10 up to 16th in Nigeria over the last few years. So when he came, I mean, I am one of the advisors to the government. He said, we want to be the top three, at least in the next 4 years. NECO came out yesterday, Abia was number one. And how did Abia become number one? You know what? It wasn't even a lot of work. Pay teachers on time, go and give them money, petty cash, so that if they need to buy chalk, the teacher doesn't need to be thinking how much chalk I have to save in a classroom because there's no money for chalk. And by the time you focus on the students, instead of thinking about the administrative they are not, you see that outcome in classrooms improve. That is really what leadership to do. Nigeria needs to provide the tools that we need to actually do what we have to do. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Professor Ndubisi. Thank you very much, Professor Evans, for all your
Thank you so
submissions
much.
today. We have a lot of work to do as a people. We have a lot of work to do as a government. Our hope is that this government will strengthen their resolve to actually do the work, like you both have mentioned. And our job as private stakeholders is to continue to engage in these conversations that hold them accountable. And where necessary, pull out the things that can be done and begin to postulate at all the different levels where we are up the chain to have this conversation. Thank you very much. I'll allow our moderator to finish her work. Thank you.
Thank you
very
so much, ma'am. Thank you so much to Professor Evans and to Professor Ndubisi. I think that was quite engaging and very explicit in using examples to drive home their thought process and their submission on the questions that were raised. And at this junction, we hit the midday, and we will be taking a short break to come back in the next 40 minutes. I know we have eaten into that by 4 minutes, but then we will be going right now for a lunch break. Wherever you are, it allows people to get up, stretch your feet, get a cup of coffee, get a cup of tea, get something to eat, and then we will be back here on the dot of 12:40, and we will kick off with the next keynote speaker at 12:45. I look forward to seeing you then, and have a happy lunch. Good afternoon and welcome back from lunch. How was lunch? Hope we've been able to stretch our legs. We've been able to take a bit of a break from our sitting positions. Like I stood up and I actually just went to lie down. I have a couch in my office where I just rest a bit, right? But it's good to be back. We've been getting a lot of interactions on our social media in terms of how insightful it's been so far. For those of us who are just joining in, you can catch the replay much later. We've had two keynote speakers, Professor Evans and Professor Ndubisi, and it's been quite insightful talking about the political actors and the willingness, right, from the political government's point of view, as well as also the need for financial literacy to be able to drive us as a continent to where we really would love to see ourselves. We are going into the next keynote speaker, and I know she at this point will be joining and we'll bring her up stage soon. I will be taking our bio, but this promises to be like the last major break we're going to be having. before we then drive towards the end of today. So please sit back, ensure that there are no distractions so that you can be a part of the conversations. We look forward to having questions on our social media, because after the third keynote speaker, we will be having the panel sessions. We're having 2 panel sessions, and it promises to be quite insightful and interesting. I know a link might be posted, or you can actually post your questions on social media depending on where you're connecting from, be it Instagram, LinkedIn, or you're connecting directly from YouTube where we're streaming directly. Please, we look forward to having your questions, as that will also ensure that your questions are being answered here and now today. Thank you, everybody, once again for coming back. And we will be going straight into the bio for the next keynote speaker, which is Dr. Vera. Okay. I just need to check with the backend team, because I need to stay in tune with them to be sure that they can hear me and streaming is sound at this moment, and everybody anywhere connecting from different parts of the world can hear us. Um, Once again, I would say welcome. This is the 3rd edition of the Agsef conference, and this year the topic has been around unification of the monetary policies. This is just giving like a welcome again to those who are just joining us within for the afternoon drive. And like we started in the morning, it will be good for you to share where you're connecting from. And I, as the moderator, I am Adobe, and I am connecting from Lagos, Nigeria. It's been a rainy day, interestingly, but the rain seems to have stopped, and so we're trusting for good weather. But like it is, we're all within a location connecting virtually, which is the beauty of what COVID has done for us, where we are able to connect to conferences virtually, right? And that is one of the beautiful things that we begin to see in terms of transition and all of that. But now over to the next keynote speaker that I will be inviting on stage to lead us for to start or to kick off the afternoon drive will be Dr. Vera. And here goes her bio. Dr. Vera is a distinguished economist and a climate advocate. She is the chair and founder. I'm just double checking, okay? Kind apologies. Okay, I just wanted to be kind apologies for that technical glitch. The back end team had said they couldn't hear me. Just coming back on to be sure that everyone can hear me. It will be good to confirm from the back end team. Please confirm. Okay, awesome. They can hear me. Fantastic. So thank you so much for that confirmation from the back end team. Just ensuring that everywhere we're streaming to can hear. Okay, awesome. Thank you so much for all of that confirmation that you can hear me. I would restart again the bio for Dr. Vera, who will be kicking off the afternoon drive for us. She is the 3rd keynote speaker that we will be having for today. Dr. Vera is a distinguished economist and climate advocate. She is the chair and founder of the Liquidity and Sustainability Facility and a senior advisor to the Bank of International Settlement. She co-chairs several high-level panels on climate finance and has co-authored key reports for COP27 for UK and Egypt and COP28 Egypt and the UAE. Dr. Vera has held significant roles, including UN Under Secretary General and Executive Secretary of the Economic Commission for Africa. She has worked extensively with African leaders on economic policies and development. Her career includes leadership positions at the International Finance Corporation and the World Bank. She has received numerous accolades, including being named one of the 100 most influential Africans and one of the 8 women with new vision for Africa. Dr. Vera holds a PhD in mathematical economics and several other advanced degrees. On this junction, we would like to welcome Dr. Vera to the studio. If she can hear me, it would be good to get a hello from her. Dr. Vera, can you hear me? Thank you so much. It's good to have you in the studio with us today, this afternoon. And I'll be handing over to you Would you like to present your slides, or you would like the backend team to help with that? Hello, Dr. Vera, could you hear me? Okay, while we're waiting for her screen to come on, okay, please, backend team, if we have access to her presentation, let's use this moment to test run the presentation and it's being able to be moved from slide to slide while we are waiting for her to switch on her camera, and then she can confirm that she can hear us. Thank you to the backend team. Okay. Hello, Dr. Vera, can you hear us now? Okay, so while we wait Dr. Vera to her camera to come on and she can begin to confirm that she can hear us, right? Just to reiterate some of the rules, right, for those who are just joining us right now, because I see a lot of people joining in right now based on the fact that probably they have time off work. You're allowed to post your questions from wherever platform you are engaging with us, and we have our teams there who are gathering all the questions to allow us be able to present it to the keynote speakers as they exit. Like I said, a replay will be coming much as we end this, so that you're able to catch up on the first keynote speaker and the second keynote speaker, who had done a fantastic job of talking about financial literacy, the need to close those gaps across all the African nations, and also the need for the political actors to begin to work on unifying our infrastructure, because it's just beyond unification of our monetary policies, right? There are infrastructures that actually support all of this. And I know their presentations would also be made available. So please, if you didn't sign up to be here and you just saw the link online and you joined, it will be good for you to actually drop your details so that our team can pick that up and you will form part of the emails that go out pre-conference and even post-conference. There are a lot of engagement that go out from here in terms of white papers that we put together, especially after our conferences. So you look forward to receiving that in your email, as well as also other events that come up post-conference that you would like to be a part of. Kind apologies, I think that is a power glitch. Thank God for the internet that I'm using, but then the power will soon be restored on my end. Okay, so at this junction, we will just double check if Dr. Vera is ready to go live. Hello, Dr. Vera, can you hear us? Okay, just double checking. Okay, seems like she would still be needing some more minutes. Or I hope it's not a technical problem or an internet problem from my end. Just confirming. Okay, we'll just give a few minutes while we await her. I think they might be having some technical issues at her end, but she is sure to join us shortly. So please do not go anywhere. Sit back and okay, apparently it's been confirmed it's some technical issues because her video was on shortly before she was moved from stage. So obviously she will be reconnecting shortly. So please sit back and try to engage. Like I said, I look forward to your engagements across all the social media. I look forward to getting your questions as we will be going into the panel sessions just immediately after the third keynote speaker that will be taken by Dr. Vera, where you will have the opportunity for your questions to be postulated, for your questions to be presented to all the speakers we've had. And like I said, just reiterating, you want to be a part of this, we look forward to either getting your email if you didn't sign up to be here, but then you saw us live and you joined, or somebody shared the link with you. It will be good for you to begin to share your emails, as you will form part of the mailing community that we engage with to share all of the things. And it will be good for you to follow us on social media. We are on LinkedIn as Agsef, so you can just check us out right now and follow us. And then we are also on Instagram as Agsef, right? It's easy for you to locate us. Just type in the acronym Agsef and you will see us, and you can quickly follow us and you will stay updated with whatever informations that we post out as often as we post out information to carry you along with all that we are doing as a body. At this junction, I would like to check again with Dr. Vera if she can hear us and if there's any support we can provide for her. Dr. Vera, can you hear us? And if there's anything we can do to help, please could you put that in the chat if you can hear me? Okay, so apparently she is dropping off. While we are with Dr. Vera to come on, I am trying to bring in other people into the studio so we could begin to have a conversation, making the most of the time because we promised to keep within time. But then I know that Dr. Vera will indicate once she's ready to come forward to the stage, and then we can quickly wrap up. Backend team, please confirm. I have put awesome. Thank you so much, the backend team, for being very efficient to this. And we have back with us the president of Agsef, one of the conveners, Mrs. Just Ibe, back in the studio, and we will just be having a few conversations. I know prior to wrapping up and going for lunch, we were talking about some of the insights that were picked up from the very first two keynote speakers, and just looking at how does it impact our own community, and then the work we would like to begin to do right in this new year, or in this year going into the next year. Maybe she could shed some light around that while we are with Dr. Vera to come back. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Adobe. I also want to say a huge thank you once again to our first two keynote speakers, Professor Ndubisi and Professor Evans, both economists of very high repute. I see that Dr. Vera is backstage. I'm just going to do a quick recap while we bring Dr. Vera on stage. They have said many things, a lot of it speaking to the areas they believe African governments need to begin to pay attention to even strengthen our monetary policies. And I love that Professor NDBC did mention that while unification of monetary policy is important, but he's more concerned about the infrastructures that drive ease of trade so that we can even take advantage of the monetary policies. And like he said, it's important that these conversations begin to move from where we are at, these rooms, to the rooms where the major decisions will be made. I know that there are entrepreneurs here who are private stakeholders. There are also public stakeholders here. And the idea is to have that bridge so that we both see how we need this as a solution in Africa and how this particular theme can positively affect both the government and, of course, the private stakeholders. One of the things we as an organization will do from here is convene further internal conversations between representatives from the government, representatives from the private sector, bring them into rooms and facilitate conversations. The desire, or our desire with this facilitation of conversations, is to see what we can draw as action points that the government will take back to the drawing board and begin to implement where necessary. After this conference, we will begin to have subsequent conversations across key areas within the economy from different nations on the continent. We will start with Nigeria, touching some of the different areas of the Nigerian economy, bring representatives from the government to give us what is going on in there. Then the private sector will talk about what's going on with them so that they can be a bridge. And then from Nigeria, we'll begin to go into other nations, East Africa, Northern Africa, Southern Africa, just so we can have proper conversations that can drive us further as a people. We are an implementation organization, and that is why we convene these conversations every year so that we can sort of feel the pulse of the people and then bring the government inside this room so that they can truly hear from the citizenry. So yeah, it has been so insightful just listening to these two keynote speakers who have brought to the fore what they think are certain levels of misconception that the government, certain levels of errors, quote and unquote, that some of our governments are making and how they think it can be done better. And we have taken these things as great feedback so that we can push the conversations further. Dr. Vera is here. I love and honor Dr. Vera with all my heart. I have followed her work for the longest time. I have followed her work for a lot, and it's such a huge honor. There was a time she was on a panel with Alhaji Aliko Dangote, Dr. Mo, Dr. Strive Masiyiwa, and they were having a conversation around things going on in Africa. And I remember Alhaji Aliko Dangote calling her to come and speak to rescue the conversation. So I have followed her work, and to have her here today is such immense, immense honor. Dr. Vera, we would have them read the citation, and then we'll bring you upstage. Adobe, please go ahead.
Thank you so much for that. And it's good to have Dr. Vera back in the studio. Right? I will go over her bio again before she comes forward. Thank you so much, Mrs. Just, for that, like shedding light on how impactful her work has been. For those of us who don't know her, it will be a good enough time to begin to connect right now. Right? Dr. Vera is a distinguished economist and a climate advocate. She is the chair and founder of the Liquidity and Sustainability Facility and a senior advisor to the Bank of International Settlement. She co-chairs several high-level panels on climate finance and has co-authored key reports for COP27 for UK and Egypt and COP28 Egypt and the UAE. Dr. Vera has held significant roles, including the UN Under Secretary General and Executive Secretary of the Economic Commission for Africa. She has worked extensively with African leaders on economic policies and development. Her career includes leadership positions at the International Finance Corporation and the World Bank. She has received numerous accolades, including being named one of the 100 most influential Africans and one of the 8 women with new vision for Africa. Dr. Vera holds a PhD in mathematical economics and several other advanced degrees. And on this note, we welcome you, Dr. Vera, into the studio this afternoon. Please confirm that you can finally hear us, ma'am.
Can you hear me?
Awesome.
Fantastic. Good afternoon, good evening, good morning to everybody. Let me start by, first of all, really thanking both, when ladies lead, the world is always a stronger and better place, as you can see with Just and Adeobi in front of me. So thank you so much to the AGSF for also inviting me to this. I said yes immediately because I, as you have heard from my bio, I have used to work a lot on the fiscal side. I am now working a little bit more on the monetary side. I actually started my career at the Federal Reserve in Minnesota. And so I'm sort of going full circle, looking at sort of what has monetary policy got to do with development. At the end of the day, we're looking for development and prosperity on the continent, and really that's where we want to get to. I did write a book, if you haven't seen it, on regional integration in West Africa. Is there a role for a single currency, with Eswa Prasad? So you can also eventually look at that, and hopefully that it can enrich some of the conversations and some of the questions we do have in the book a lot of sort of next steps in terms of what needs to be done. Here, I'm supposed to talk about an interesting topic, which is sort of really what the book is about. It's mainly about West Africa, but I think that one can generalize it a little bit to the rest of the continent. And my remit was talk about harmonizing unification of currencies in Africa, and then compare and contrast what is happening in the rest of the world. So I will try to go through that. I don't have any slides. I thought I'd just talk to you for two reasons. One, because I was having problems loading the slides and it was creating some bandwidth issues for me. Okay. Harmonizing monetary policy on the continent has always been, remains, I think, one of those sort of aspirational ideas that has focused many of our leaders for a long time. In the ECOWAS region, of course, we don't have a monetary union, talking to Nigeria, but we do have the CFA zone and some of the 14 countries, 8 of them, particularly the UMOA, that are a currency union within the West Africa space. In Central Africa, of course, we have also a subset of Central African countries that are part of a monetary union. We used to have a monetary union in the East African community, but by 1997 it couldn't, which essentially came out, just like in West and Central Africa, came out of sort of the colonial period. It was linked to the sterling, but it unraveled around 1997 as the different economies took different sort of growth and development paths. In Southern Africa, we still have a sort of a currency union with South Africa anchoring Eswatini and Lesotho in a much smaller currency union. Of course, in North Africa, we don't have any. But what I'm trying to give you is right now a kaleidoscope of sort of what are the different sort of monetary policies and monetary policy stance that we have on the continent. So talking about unification for a continental currency is a big ask when we don't even have one and have not yet succeeded in getting one for any of the sub-regions. But I think the question even is, do we need one? And if we did need one, what should we be doing and how should we go about it? And so let me start with sort of, are we in a space where we will be able to say that we needed one, and what are the sort of conditions to put us, in a space where maybe we need one? Of course, we have in terms of sort of monetary unions, harmonized monetary unions, we have the European Union, and we have, in some sense, if one were to look at the United States, and at the time when I was at the Fed, one of the reasons why they have 7 central regional Fed offices was that essentially there was a sort of difference in the economic constitution of the sort of different subregions in the United States. And so the question at the time was, do we really have a symmetric whole to be able to sort of adopt a single currency, when sort of the discussions on the adoption of a single currency in the 1913s started in the United States. And that's why essentially we have sort of, 7 federal reserves, because they're all looking at, what's happening in my sub-region. If one were to look at that sub-region almost as a different country, was there asymmetry? And there was a lot of conversation that started, and it led a little bit to discussions economically on what we will call the sort of optimal currency union, and what one needs to create an optimal currency area. And to do that, essentially what you need is a couple of things, and I'll talk about that, and then I'll go back to sort of, once I give you what theory is saying to some extent, I'll go back to what we have on the ground. And actually, as I give you the theory, you would probably begin to ask the questions around where we are as a continent and what we can do. So an ideal sort of unified currency area, or an optimal currency area, as it's normally called, needs to be able to have 4 big things that are shared. The first one is similarity in the kinds of shocks that you suffer. So when there are sort of big shocks, you have to be almost suffering them together. And so if you look at sort of economic cycles, that's sort of a first big one. It's not really a shock, but it's cyclical. Every 10, 12 years, countries go through cyclical growth. And so essentially, you know, an economic area should be going through this together. If now you look at South Africa, Eswatini, Lesotho, and most of the time when South Africa is growing, Eswatini and Lesotho are doing the same thing, and everything is going well together. When there is a contraction, you know, it happens as well. And so one would say that maybe in that sub area there is a tick. If you look at the West Africa sub region, with Nigeria being our largest economy, there is, you would say, a delinking between sort of the growth trajectory of Nigeria and the growth trajectory of an Ivory Coast or Senegal, and then of course a huge delinking between the growth trajectories of a Nigeria and a Guinea-Bissau and a Mali, and sometimes actually Mali grows much faster. So that's sort of one of the prerequisites for an optimal currency area. The second prerequisite is that when they have the shocks, the impact, the scale, and the magnitude of the shock should be symmetric. And so, if you take, for example, the COVID, let's take COVID for example, the impact of COVID on the euro area was more or less the same. You know, if we all think about it, Spain, the UK has now left, but it was never in actually. Spain, Italy, Germany, they kind of all suffered the same orders of magnitude, the same degrees of the shock. The pigs, not so much. So Portugal, Ireland, Greece, and Spain on one side had a sort of different degree of intensity, and then maybe the Scandinavian countries, but they didn't all join the European Union. So you're beginning to see why actually we have even in the euro area, and I'll come back a little bit to the history since you asked me to talk about that, why we don't have all the European countries inside the euro. And this is one of the reasons. The third precondition for having a positive optimal currency area is that the response to the shocks has to be symmetric and the same. So, for example, in on the African continent, when we had COVID, we had 3 or 4 countries that had the fiscal buffers that were strong enough to actually sort of respond in a way that was needed to the shock. South Africa was clearly one of them. Morocco was another one that were able to sort of, where when the shock hit, they had sufficient buffers in their fiscal accounts that they could actually put up the resources that were needed, or had access to sufficient market resources to be able to respond effectively. Whereas many other countries did not have the similar kinds of resources to respond to the shock. And so we had a disequilibrium in response. Some countries stayed closed for longer. Some countries provided excessive and larger compensatory measures, and others could not. And then finally, that if one country has an idiosyncratic shock, which is a shock that happens, maybe climate change now, let's look at it even almost as a region, that when one region suffers from sort of massive droughts, let's take Mozambique or the Horn of Africa, Kenya, Tanzania, Uganda, go through a drought, that they have the fiscal buffers to sort of come back very quickly, and so they don't drag everybody else down with them. Clearly, we know that that's not the case. When we have some of these idiosyncratic shocks on the continent, we depend so much on donor funding that collectively there is no quick reaction. The reaction is only dependent on how quickly the donor community can react to support. So as you can see already, as a continent, trying to sort of aspire to unification of currencies is very difficult. But maybe as sub-regions, there is possibility, there is some potential that one may be able to do that. But even when you look at And if you don't have this, if you don't have sort of the preconditions for an optimal currency area and you insist on doing it, what then ends up happening is that you end up with huge macroeconomic cost for those that have asymmetries in their economies vis-a-vis what we will call the anchor economy, which is sort of the largest economy, which manages essentially and sets the monetary policy rate. And it could lead to high unemployment and huge drops in production. And one of the good examples of this, and we saw it a little bit when the euro was being formed, was that Germany was the anchor at the time. The Deutschmark was kind of the anchor economy. They had the best performing macroeconomic performances, low unemployment, high output, and essentially huge reserves. And you had other countries in the periphery that were not doing as well. And so being able to meet the fiscal targets, or being able, even when you have a strong currency, sometimes it can impact on your exports or your trade. And I'm going to come back. I didn't hear and Dubisi, and I say hello to him if he's still listening. But it can, and I'm sure he talked about this clearly, and we all know this. The exchange rate has a huge impact on your import and export ability, and so this also then ends up creating, disequilibriums and with countries if they are not at the same level of economic development, which is why some countries decided to stay out of the European Union when the EU was formed. And even if you remember, not all the countries moved in at the same time. There was a wave as countries sort of improved on their macroeconomic balances, improved on their business environment, improved on their labor markets. Then they were able to join, because then they were actually creating what you would call the convergence criteria. The union was converging, and currency unifications work best when the union converges together. So if you look at Africa, what we have is a series of, if you just look at some of the macroeconomic indicators that tell us about convergence. You look at our GDP per capita. We have on the continent GDP per capita that goes from 25,000 in South Africa, 14,000 in Equatorial Guinea, Gabon, to 700. $14,000, $25,000 per capita, $14,000 per capita, to about $700 per capita in some of our fragile and conflict-affected states. So huge disparity in incomes per capita and income levels around the continent. We have clearly high-income countries, middle-income countries, and then low grant countries, and that begins to create the kinds of disparities that are not favorable to an optimal currency union. Size. We have giants like Nigeria, South Africa, Egypt, Angola, that are in the hundreds of millions of people, and then the much smaller Cape Verdes, which haven't even reached the million or around those numbers. So again, is a huge disconnect even when you do that. And then there is the most important for this conversation is just the monetary policy regimes that we have on the continent. And I started a little bit by talking about that. We have the regimes that are pegged. The CFA pegged to the euro. The CFA is the ECOWAS, the Francophone African regions. We have floating. South Africa is a floating exchange. We have Angola, Egypt. And so again, we have three different sort of monetary regimes that are on the continent. Our central bank mandates. All of our central banks have inflation targeting as a mandate. We can come back to whether they're doing well or not on inflation targeting. We have seen how strongly and how hard the United States has worked to bring down inflation. Inflation in some of our countries has been at 30%. It's almost become the norm. Ideally, you should be, below 4%, or your inflation should track your unemployment and your labor policies. But I am on record many times that saying one of the big drawbacks of development on the continent is just we don't have and we have not focused on getting labor market data to a level where we can actually make policy based on it. And for a long time, we have kind of comforted ourselves with the notion of this informal is normal conversation, but this is such a, sort of anti-economics, anti-development sentence that, it actually begs the question how we could have been independent for this long. And I think maybe only South Africa and to some extent Morocco and Egypt actually do have labor market data that you can use to do any kind of market analysis that would allow you to make good policy on the continent, particularly monetary policy. And I think I heard you saying that you want to take this to countries, you want to take this. I think a huge beginning would be just to work on labor market data, as many of us have seen, as you have seen, when the Federal Reserve Chair, Powell comes out to talk about whether he's going to relax interest rates, or he's looking at labor market data, and he's saying, well, the labor market is strong, so I can relax a little bit the prices and bring down the interest rate. So essentially, you cannot actually conduct monetary policy in a productive way if you don't have this data. And that begs the question about how we have survived this long. Conducting monetary policy maybe based on 10% of our population, for which we have labor market data, mostly the sort of public sector side, which is not necessarily the most productive segment of our population. And so I think a huge conversation that we still need to have on the continent is really around, we need better labor data to get to better policies, not just monetary policy, but even our growth and industrial policy. If we decide that's the way we don't have a choice, we have to do it. The question is how we do it and when we do it. But you need a data to do that and to do it well. So this is one thing that I want to leave with you in terms of what we need to do going forward. Now I've given you a little bit a sense of some of the challenges that we need to be able to get an optimal currency area going, and then how we get to unification of currencies, if at all. I am not a believer in the need for unification of currencies. As you have heard, I've spoken about the European Union, of course, about Africa. I started by saying that even in the United States, we had the sort of 7 different unions, and they all came together. Of course, they are one country, and so it's easy. Remember, in the 4 criteria for an optimal currency area, the last one is when you have idiosyncratic shocks, that you are able to address them quickly. In the United States, when there's a huge flood in Florida, or fires, or you heard from my bio that now I do a lot of work on the climate side. So let's take that as an example of a shock. The federal government can immediately release fiscal resources that goes to that part of the country. And so essentially, you're able to converge, meet those convergence criteria because you bring them back up immediately. On the continent, like I said, when you have a huge shock in the Horn of Africa, there is no African country that is releasing resources to say, we're going to help. There is some help that happens, but not enough to bring the countries back. And so you need to depend on a sort of an external factor to help you with your convergence criteria. Clearly, this is not a sustainable policy stance that we can take. And so there is still some tension. But even just the pure work of creating a currency union requires long periods of harmonization and commitment to sticking with the program. In the EU, not every country stuck with the program. Countries decided we didn't want to join. They stayed out. The UK, for example, said no. One, our currency was stronger. They didn't want to because, again, remember, you have to have an anchor currency. They didn't want to. The UK didn't want to sort of kind of be subordinate to the German economy, because the German economy was going to be, by definition, the anchor currency because it was the strongest currency at the time. On the continent, actually, and in the book we write about West Africa, the problem is we don't even have an anchor economy. An anchor economy needs to be one of your large economies, but also that has shown persistent good growth, has good fiscals, and that can help the others converge towards it. has open product markets, and Nigeria does not meet any one of those criteria. If you then go to Cote d'Ivoire is pegged, and so you cannot be creating a monetary union inside of an already pegged currency, except that the collective decides that they want to move to that monetary policy system. And so this is one of the first conversations that, even if say that all the other conditions were fulfilled, we will have to have a discussion on what is the monetary policy regime that the union wants to move to. Do they want to go to a peg? So does Africa want to be a peg? Do we want to go to a floating exchange? Do we want to create a currency union which has a band that it revolves around? So these are the kinds of conversations that you will need to have. This take time. This will mean that countries have to commit to fiscal targets, deficit targets, spending targets. Countries will have to agree on sort of growth trajectories. Countries will have to agree not to use central bank financing, or what we call fiscal dominance. A lot of African countries still use, which is not a good thing, by the way, still use the central bank to fund government spending, which essentially means that they crowd out business, and so the economies don't grow. Interest rates are very high. SMEs collapse. But many African countries are still doing that. And to be able to sort of collectively move to a currency union, you will have to give up the advantages and the opportunities, mostly on the continent, the disadvantages of playing with central bank financing of the economy. So these are some of the big ticket item issues that will have to be discussed, will have to be resolved before one decides to move to that. So as you can see, there is quite, and so imagine that you don't then have sort of the all the necessary requirements for an optimal currency area. What can you do? Maybe if you insist on doing unification and you say, well, we still think that having one currency on the continent is a good thing, then you can say, well, there's 4 things that you can put in place that will allow you to begin to move to that. What are those 4 things? The first things are flexible product and labor markets, which means free movement, labor mobility, so that you can move labor across. And essentially what that does is that it allows for growth to be shared, because the value add of an individual may not be needed and useful in one country, but critically important in another. And so this kind of labor mobility, as we see, actually, one of the reasons why the United States economy is strong is that they have labor mobility not only within the United States, but that they are importing labor, which is being able to satisfy additional jobs and then create the opportunity for more value addition. Same thing that we've seen for a while with Germany. Actually, one of the reasons they continue to grow much longer than the rest of the European economies was that they were able to open their economy, bring in a lot of foreign skilled labor that was able to provide them with the labor force that they needed to continue to grow. So this brings us back to the conversation on the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement and all the protocols that are needed. One of the most important protocols around the AFCFTA is free movement of peoples and business establishments. We have not been able to achieve that. So this is the second best. So let's, if you cannot meet, the first best conditions for an optimal currency area, the second best conditions are labor mobility, product mobility, so you can move your farming engines from Nigeria into Cameroon and into Benin. This is not happening. The third one is having risk sharing mechanisms, which is again a way of responding to risk, where you have maybe in Europe, for example, they have what they call the European Stability Mechanism. They have shock baskets. So if you have a shock, they can disburse resources. A lot of the southern part of Europe has immediate disbursement of resources to fight, of course, migration. But even now, as we see the floods happening, the European Union will disburse resources to these economies to help them sort of come back. Because they have a rainy day fund. We as a continent don't have one. And so there is no risk sharing mechanism that allows us, in the event of a collective or idiosyncratic shock, to quickly come to the support of each other. One of the ways of having risk sharing mechanisms is that we have a fiscal transfer system that allows you to move resources from one economy to the other. In the case of the European Union, you have the EU, the Commission, that essentially can do this arbitrage. In the United States, is the federal government. You have the states and then you have the federal. When there is a big shock, the federal releases resources. On the continent, we don't have that kind of sort of fiscal transfer system at the continental level, maybe let's say at the African Union, or some sort of global central bank that aggregates the rest of the central banks and then is able to either through fiscal policy or through reserves redistribute resources onto for the countries that have had these shocks. So whether we take the first best or we take the second best, we are not at the place where we can strive or try to get to an optimal currency area and the unification of our currencies. It took 20 years for the European Union to go from, the lira, the Dutch mark, and the Spanish real to the euro. And so it's not something anyway that even if we decided that we wanted to do it today, it will happen. There is a whole series of policy initiatives that need to be put in place to demonstrate commitment to the fact that we are all going to play that game together. Because the minute you get there, you also abandon your ability to manage your own monetary policy. So there is a part of your national sovereignty that you give away to be able to be part of that whole. And so we should not, on the continent, if at all, we thought unification of currencies, which I don't believe in, was a good idea, that, at least I don't believe in it for now, that it will be, there is a magic wand to do it. So as I said, even the EU, where you had a core 7 that had the commitment, had the policy environment, had the resources, it took them 20 years to get that process from beginning to end. So my advice as I end the talk is to say 3 things. Is right now, I think, given the disparities in our economies, given the disparity in our monetary policy stance, given the fact that we do not even come close to meeting one of the optimal currency area sort of necessary conditions, given the fact that we fail all of the second best sort of labor market flexibility, risk sharing, fiscal transfer systems conditions, which are the second best. So if you look at South Africa, when there is a big problem in Eswatini or Lesotho, South Africa actually releases resources to support them. So just looking at that small subset to see what they do and then thinking about whether we can do it across the board is and it happens to some extent in the CFA zone, where and that's one of the reasons why they're able to manage their inflation and keep it quite low, is essentially that there is some redistribution and access to resources to the sort of CFA subcommunity. And so there is the extra buffers, the risk sharing mechanisms that exist inside the CFA can help a Cote d'Ivoire when a Cote d'Ivoire is in crisis, can help Guinea-Bissau when Guinea-Bissau is in crisis to stand up their economies, and so the economies don't fall too flat. But even with that, in times of crisis, they still have quite substantive shocks. So what do we need to do? Well, how can we, and then, and how can we go forward? 3 things that I recommend. The first one is, when you look at the fastest growing continent in the last 30 years, has been East Asia. And East Asia has been able to grow as fast as it did without having unified currencies, without having a currency union, without trying to harmonize their fiscal stance. What they have done is they have created, so in the second best category, remember I gave you 4 points, and one of them was a risk sharing mechanism. They have created an East Asia sort of risk sharing stability mechanism that they use. And this happened after the 1997 crisis. So they had a systemic shock to the sub-region, and they were not able to support each other. There was not enough resources at the time at the IMF. This was the Thailand started, of course, with the collapse of the Thai baht. And so essentially, and Japan was the anchor economy, even though they don't have a currency union, but the biggest economy in that in the sub-region at the time was Japan. Japan was able to provide resources, but not enough. And so what they came together and did was create this sort of European East Asian stability mechanism. And so they have that as part of an instrument that can allow them to ride through shocks. They used it during COVID, the Chiang Mai initiative. They used it through COVID to sort of get out of it. They actually at the time tried to create an Asian monetary fund, but it didn't really work out, because even creating this sort of fiscal transfer system required that people put resources, requires which currency you put it in. As we all know, the Japanese yen has not been the strongest currency for a long time. But then, they are still the strongest economy. So there were conversations around how one does that. So even that did not happen. So it's not to say that Africa is the only continent where getting that kind of harmonization is difficult. Europe has actually, we see Europe today almost as a sort of easy fait accompli. They have accomplished something which is a very, very, very difficult feat. The United States could do it because at some point they became the 50 United States of America. So they all came under the same economic regime and could move forward. But I think we should not see it as failure that we are not able to create a monetary union. We should see it as failure that we're not able to grow as fast as East Asia. We should see it as failure that we're not able to put in place the labor market and product market mobility policies, which are within our purview, that will allow us to be able to benefit from labor market movement that optimizes growth. And if you look at the sub-region and you look today at sort of the free movement that you have in West Africa, the free movement that you have in East Africa, it is no surprise that East Africa is part of the fastest growing parts of the subcontinent, because they have a huge free mobility of products, free mobility of even monetary. So the exchange of their monetary systems, they are harmonizing, they're using a lot more digital systems. And the world is going towards more digitization, more central bank digital currencies, where it's going to become so easy to work on with sort of what they're calling tokenized assets now. So you don't even need the unification of currencies. You actually need more the policies that will allow our economies to function and open them up so that we get better, stronger trade, stronger foreign reserves, so that our currencies are not dropping and we're not suffering from inflation. There's no point in having a unification of our currencies if we're all going to be living in 40% inflation, which essentially means that we're creating many more poor people across the continent if we unify each other. Better that, that inflation happens in a few countries and not sort of brings the rest of us down with it as it happens, especially since we don't have labor market data, so we can't even discuss how to redress the policy framework. So my sense is, and this is advice to the team, is I think refocusing the conversation maybe first on how can we make the AFCFTA work? How can we open our markets? How can we ensure that we're getting better productivity, that we are using our sort of incremental capital to actually become more productive, that we're making sure that resources are being used where they are best used. Actually, that our central banks are not interfering in market financing so much so that they begin to distort markets, that our governments are not creating excessive fiscal dominance, which is in many of our countries today. Interest rates are in the 30 to 40%, local domestic interest rates. The private sector cannot survive, SMEs cannot survive. So we cannot even create the labor markets that we're talking about, let alone begin to make them flexible and cross-border and do the cross-border trade. So I think there's some basic things that both on the fiscal side, on the sort of government policy side, we need to do. One, Do not use the central bank to finance the fiscal budget, particularly when you're financing recurrent expenditure. So you're not even financing investment, you're not financing growth. If we could do that, that would be something. Secondly, central banks should not play the role of the state and finance. And so this is what's the word? In Nigeria is an example of some of this sort of policies where the central bank has become sort of the fiscal agent. And when you do that, it becomes very difficult to sort of continue to do sustained competitive growth in the economy. And so essentially, once we have that sort of separation between the fiscal and the monetary, and we have better data on labor markets. And so essentially we can manage inflation, we can manage interest rates. If we have exports, the only way to have a strong currency is to export. You have reserves, and so you don't need to be defending your currency all the time or letting it crash so that you have gyrations as we see in Zimbabwe. If we can have some of this they seem basic, sort of macro preconditions, then the benefit that Africa has is we can leapfrog. We don't need to talk about unification. We can go very quickly to CBDCs. So CBDCs are not bitcoins. CBDCs are legal tender, backed still by the central bank, but they have a much faster circulation. They have a much faster. So the Afri-Exim Bank, for example, has just created what they call the PAPS database, where essentially you can trade. This is to enhance the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement. You can trade between Zimbabwe and Algeria and in a token currency that allows you to effect your trade. On the platform, we're trading the two currencies, but visually you're using a token which allows you then to equate the exchange rates and do your trade quite quickly. So these are the new innovations that are happening today. And so if we could do that, then I think we will be taking the continent much faster without spending so much time trying to harmonize. And if over time we get to a place where our economies, and we hope, are growing at the same pace and there is more harmony in some of the sub-regions, then maybe we bring back the conversation on unification of currencies. But I think where we really need to spend time today is how can we build our product markets? How can we make our export markets much more competitive within the continent? And then, of course, we know that we create value even more when we export out of the continent. And so how can we do that better? How can we do that stronger? And if we get to that point, then we're beginning to create the basic necessities, whether or not we decide to unify, of a strong, robust, and prosperous economy for our people, and of course for the continent overall. Thank you very much. I think that was 40 minutes.
Thank you so much, Dr. Vera. This has been extremely enlightening. You touched on every single part of today's conversation and went further to make some recommendations that I believe everyone who is listening has learned so much from. There's a lot of questions. There's a lot of questions, and I don't know where to start, but I'm going to start anyway. Thank you once again, Dr. Vera. For me, first question is, how can we get your book? Hard copies. Where can we get it?
It's on Amazon. You can get it on Amazon.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'll send you
Fantastic.
it's called Regional Integration in West Africa. So you see Nigeria. It's a lot about Nigeria. Is there a role for a single currency? It's actually your topic. Is there a role for a single currency is the question that we ask. Yes.
Okay. Because I want us to get that as a people, myself and some of my team members, so that we can truly see your perspective. Because I see that you're not a fan, you don't believe in it. I want to read to see your perspective. Thank you so much.
Well,
I heard somebody say,
other than not a fan, is that I'm saying, we have 20 years to get to it. So I want to see us putting the building blocks in place first, focusing on the building blocks, making sure that we have the building blocks. And maybe when we have, as I said, I gave you the first best, we're not there. I gave you the second best, we're not there. And so, yeah.
Absolutely. Someone says, in her opinion, as Africans, we can't introduce a single monetary policy without easing trade policies on each other. Only then will there be a need for a unified monetary system. I love it. Thank you so much. One question: why aren't we able to maximize on minerals? We ought to add value to our minerals before they leave the African coast, i.e., cobalt is more expensive as iPhone, but we sell to China cheaply. So she's asking, why can't we maximize minerals?
Well, this is precisely the point. Remember, in the second best list of four is flexibility in labor mobility, flexibility in product mobility. I love this question because, Africans, we all talk a lot about this sort of, a bonanza of minerals that we have, and each one of us has something or the other. And I have a chart where I show, DRC has the cobalt, Gabon has the platinum, some of it down in South Africa. Burundi has the manganese. What's the other country? And each of these exports raw minerals to China. China produces a car and sends it back to us. If we were able to bring all of this to a production site in Zambia, in DRC, and say, we can produce the car in one of our own countries, we could export it. But it's not just about sort of, can we do that? The GDP of the DRC is give or take 88, 100 billion dollars. If you start processing cobalt and you get to sort of what we call battery precursors, which is not yet even sort of the third stage of getting to EV vehicles, just that portion of it is $327 billion. So this is just doing 3 steps of processing of cobalt in the DRC will triple their GDP. We are not doing it. We are not doing it. So in some sense, I think at some point, again, it's policy. We need policy, we need leadership. And then we need, the CFTA to work. We need our countries to come together and say, if we worked together, if you didn't sell your cobalt directly to China or to the United States or, or Europe, but we were able to sort of start some of the manufacturing process on the continent, maybe with DRC has the Inga Dam and the DRC energy or somebody else's energy, we will be able to create jobs. We will be able to begin to level our economies because we will be using some resource from Gabon, some resource from Burundi, some resource from the DRC, some resource from the Zambia. All those economies begin to converge with growth. So it's not utopia that they can converge. It's not utopia that we can become sort of systemically growth enhancing economies, but we must start with agreeing that we need to trade with each other better.
Thank you, Dr. Vera. You have interacted with different stakeholders at every level, EAC, AU, AU, and you know that they need to integrate to be able to create better value for us as Africans. What do you think is the primary reason why they have just not been able to move past the conversations to execution?
They're missing you. They
Do you want to say that again, please, so that I can hear it properly?
I said they're missing you. They're missing you, and they're missing your energy. And yes, we need people who believe, but not only believe, that can implement.
Okay, so just like you said, I like that you said they're missing me. For one, I usually say to my team members, my role in Africa is aggregation. I believe very strongly that I'm meant to rally a people, create conversations that will drive execution. Like from this conversation, one of the things we want to do is to begin to bring those inside the government who know why they're doing what they're doing to come out and tell us, the citizens, what is going on so that there can be that bridge. And for you, Dr. Vera, you just mentioned that they know these things, they're not doing it, they need the right energy. What do you think is that rallying point? How do we get them into a room where we can push them to do the work?
I think there are a number of ways in which you can do it. One of them clearly is what you're doing now is getting, having discussions. I think it's very important that the discussions are productive. It's very important that there is governments are weary, right? Governments are weary of academics, governments are weary of media, governments are weary of civil society, governments are weary of anything outside of government. And so governments are weary of the private sector, but the private sector is the one that's going to create the growth, is the one that's going to build our labor market, is the one that's going to help us converge. So I think what we need to do is be able to have a discussion with governments in a way that sort of allows them not to be that weary. And one of the ways in which we need to do this is also that as citizens, people need to uh, 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 observe their sort of they're part of the social contract, right? Pay their taxes, vote, make sure that they participate in local government, make sure that they participate in some of these discussions. I think as that happens, you begin to get, and Nigeria is a very good example. You have your federal states, and one can look at why one state is working and another is not working, and you begin to see sort of the fabric of what, where you can get success. So I think there is a lot of that. We still need to do a lot of analysis of our economies, but a lot of the solutions are also already in the literature, and all we need to do is implement. And my sense is also that we need engagement. It's one thing to sort of, and I think that's why governments get weary. It's one thing to criticize, it's another thing to show how, or to sort of participate in the process of
Yes.
saying, of course, if there's willingness of saying this is
Yes.
how we
Yes.
can support and this is how we can bring our energy to bear on the problem.
Thank you again. I mean, I feel like Dr. Vera, we have to have like a separate conversation where we can talk for hours, unbundling some really deep things. If we continue here, we won't finish. But one of them is if we were to create a systematic approach. You said 20 years, it took the EU 20 years to achieve what they currently have. And if we were to take a systematic approach in Africa, even though we're placing ourselves at 50 years, what would that look like phase by phase? And when I say phase by phase, I'm talking about the different areas that needs to be fixed so that we can, as you're saying it, I want to document so that we can create conversations around these things phase by phase. So that if we get countries or governments that are committed to traveling on that journey phase by phase, then we can create accountability systems that help them achieve this result. If you see what I mean. So yes, that's
Yes.
what I would love to hear.
So free movement, I mean, in some sense, that's a perfect question. And the good thing about that question is that we have a good answer. We have the AFCFTA. The AFCFTA actually has phase by phase, pass it, ratify it, begin implementation, agree on the protocols of the movement of peoples and labor and the establishment of business. What do you need to do? We now see between Cote d'Ivoire and I think it's Togo creating unified border systems, making so essentially we've taken away. So that's the beginning of free movement. I argue that it may be easier to do free movement of these things sub-regionally and then do them regionally. So once we have in ECOWAS now, we have free movement. If you're from ECOWAS, you can move around the ECOWAS region without the need for a visa. We get, at some point, maybe we need visa-free Africa, where Africans can move freely, or at least visa entry, where you can establish if you're a successful IT engineer, you should be able to establish your business maybe in Kenya or maybe in some part of Nigeria and serve the rest of the sub-region. We cannot do that today. A business in Cote d'Ivoire cannot move to Nigeria and set up a subsidiary. And so until we get some of these things, which are basic things in the AFCFTA, so this is the good thing about your question, is that they have been codified. I think one thing that we need to do is see where are we on those conversations. Who are the leaders? So I just gave you the example of Kenya leading in some areas, of Cote d'Ivoire leading in some areas, of certainly South Africa leading, Botswana. So there's a few countries that are leading the CFTA conversations. And maybe we can use them more as examples. Everybody was afraid that, if I open up, if I do this, I'm going to lose this resource, or maybe we can show the examples of what is happening, because Benin has opened up with Cote d'Ivoire and there's a free border, tax collection, tax revenue to GDP has not dropped. I haven't looked at the numbers lately, but they may have actually maybe even increased. And so because there is more trade, and particularly this is important. Also, particularly for women, because a lot of the small and medium enterprises on our continent are run by women who are doing this cross-border trade. And until we allow them to be able to develop wholly and fully and take advantage I come from Cameroon. Of course, we have a market of Nigeria beside us with 250 million people. Informally, there is cross-border trade, but there is no formal ability for us to trade more and better with each other so that those citizens can do well and do better. If you look at the European Union today, all of the businesses are established in Ireland. Ireland is growing at 25%, right? But those resources are benefiting the rest of the union. They are helping in their fiscal transfer systems. So we need to be able to do that on the continent, and we're not there yet. So there is a list. Take the CFTA. I can find it, and we can just go through what do we need to do to the day that the CFTA is effective fully, and that we have fulfilled all the conditions. We will be on our way to talking about currency unions.
Thank you very much. Somebody says, does Africa stand a chance to negotiate the loan requirements and interest rates at the World Bank and IMF? She must have read that you were with the IMF, but she must have heard your bio being read.
I'm not with IMF, but I work a lot on that. Of course they do, and they have succeeded sometimes in doing it. Again, it's the collective, right? And I like that you said Africa. When Africa talks together, Africa is much stronger, and so we can actually get some of the things that we want done.
Thank you. One final question so I can let Dr. Vera go. She said, can African leaders build infrastructure for monetary union and drive growth despite the current political landscape in Africa?
Well, the answer is yes, and we see some transboundary infrastructure that is already being put in place. For example, I think it's the Lagos to Abidjan ring road that has been put in place. We are now talking with the United States, putting $1 billion in what is being called the Lobito corridor, which is Angola, DRC, Zambia, and eventually going to Tanzania. So there will be a rail from the Atlantic to the Pacific on the continent, which is going to be a first. There is a conversation about Cape to Cairo and infrastructure from Cape to Cairo, but a lot of it is clearly being slowed down, and there is a lot of work that happened with the PIDA, the Infrastructure Project Developments for Africa. What's the P for? Projects for Infrastructure Development in Africa, PIDA. And the Economic Commission for Africa, of course, has done a lot of work on sort of, for the AFCFTA to work, yes, we need the monetary policy regimes to be accommodative. We need to be able to create clearing systems, payment clearing systems that work. So that's sort of the monetary infrastructure. But the roads infrastructure, the rail infrastructure, the airline infrastructure also needs to be put in place and for it to work. And I think that there are a couple of projects that are already beginning to do that. I just gave you the example of the Benin-Togo border clearance, the Abidjan-Lagos highway, the South Africa, the Lobito corridor. So there's a few of them that are happening. Again, they are all constrained by the ability and the financing. But development institutions, of course, like the African Development Bank, the World Bank, all have regional envelopes that are also supporting some of the development of these projects. I don't know if I lost her or you lost me. One of us lost the other. I would say thank you. Okay, I lost you there for a bit.
Thank you so much, Dr. Vera. Somebody says the border operations is also a major but okay, I see that that's a comment. I'll just drop that so you can read. I think that we have kept Dr. Vera quite some time, and we are truly grateful for the time you have spent with us. We would like to take this conversation further, Dr. Vera. I would have my team send a personal message so that we can just have another conversation on how to move from here. Yeah, I hope that's okay.
That's very fine. That's very
That's
fine.
very fun. That's
Congratulations for
very
all
fun.
the work you're doing, and good luck. And thanks to everybody who joined to listen. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Vera. From all of us at the African Government Stakeholders Engagement Forum, at the Association of African Startups, the Just a Break Company, and Ariel for Africa, we just want to say thank you for gracing this year's African Government Stakeholders Engagement Forum. All the participants are very delighted at your conversation today. The engagements were so obvious that this was such an insightful time. There'll be many more conversations with us here at the Agsef conversations. Thank you so much. Have a fantastic rest of the day.
Thank you. You too.
Okay, I will bring Adobe back on stage so that she can facilitate the next panel session, and then we can prepare to wrap up. Thank you everyone that has stuck with us up until now. I know you are loving the conversations. Make sure you're inviting more people to be a part of these conversations. Adobe, over to you.
Okay, thank you so much, ma'am. I would say another thank you so much to Dr. Vera for that insightful session. I was taking a lot of notes. I like the comparison she brought in terms of drawing it home for us to begin to evaluate ourselves, especially our individual countries, as at the true state of the possibility of a unification, and then also begin to look at what is really a priority for us as Africans, because that is really important as it affects you and I on a daily basis. And I also am grateful to the convener, Mrs. Just, who has also shared some information around what we look forward to expecting from Agsef in the days to come in terms of the conversations that will be held between government parties as well as also the citizens, to begin to see how we can even begin to drive a sort of synergy that will begin to help us guide the execution we need. And also like the twist that Dr. Vera put on when she said we need the kind of energy that Mrs. Ibe brings to the table. It will probably begin to nudge a lot of what we currently have existing, because we already have the AU, we have the AFCTA, right, to guide and even begin to achieve some execution that we need to begin to see as a continent. And I know we have actually overshot time, but like I said, it promises to be an engaging day where we are learning, because that is very important. Looking at the questions that are already coming out from all of the platforms. I know some people are connecting with us on LinkedIn, and we say thank you for those who are already just joining us. I know some have been here since we kicked off at 9 a.m. And for those who are connecting with us on YouTube, we also say thank you for sticking it out with us, and we look forward to your questions. We will be going into the very first panel session, and I will be inviting the parties that will be going through the first panel session. I will be moderating the first session. We look forward to your questions. Also, as much as we also have gathered questions pre today, we would also be open to taking questions that you would like to ask the panelists as we go online. Just give me a moment, right? So that I could call their names, and then I would also read out their bio so that we know the people who will be driving the very first panel session. The first panel session will be on economic and fiscal policy, trade and investment. And we will be having Dr. Munisola with us, as well as Monsuru Alabi Sadiq, who will be joining me in the studio to have conversations around economic, fiscal policy, trade, and investment. Like I said, we had people sending questions prior to now. However, I will be taking their bio to welcome them into the studio, and it will be good to hear from them once they're in the studio, which allows me to know that they are in the studio with me, and then we can kick off. I will be starting with the bio for Dr. Munisola, and then I will read the bio for Mr. Sodiq. Dr. Munisola Ajibe is a distinguished economics with PhD in economics from Obafemi Awolowo University, specializing in oil price, currency dynamics, and industrial sectors in Nigeria. She also holds a Master's of Art in Sustainability Studies from Trent University, Canada. With over 15 years of experience in research and teaching, she has published extensively and presented at numerous conferences. Dr. Munisola is an active member of the Nigerian Economic Society, serving as the publicity secretary for the diaspora chapter and initiating NES female professors. She's also a member of the Canadian Economic Association and a B academic member representing the Global South, highlighting her commitment to economics, sustainability, and professional development. And at this junction, it would be good to know if Dr. Munisola is in the studio with a hello to the audience. Thank you very much, Dr. Munisola. And next, we will be having join us. Thank you so much, Dr. Munisola. It's so good to have you join us this afternoon. I'm sure your time zone where you are is probably morning, so it will be good morning to you. Internet stable? Okay, awesome. Can you hear me, Dr. Munisola?
Hello, good morning.
Awesome,
Like,
awesome.
yes, I can hear you.
Okay, fantastic. I will just read the bio for Dr. Monsuru Sadiq and then have him join us, and then we can kick off the panel session ASAP. Over to the bio for Mr. Monsuru Sadiq. Monsuru Sadiq is an experienced economic data scientist, researcher, and analyst with expertise in economic trends, trade, and investment analysis in Africa. He has led numerous data driven projects providing strategic insight for business success and policy formulation. He founded the Sadiq Mansour Foundation, focusing on economic empowerment through various development initiatives. Mansour is also an active member of the Toastmasters International, having held key leadership roles contributing to personal and professional growth. Additionally, he shares his knowledge through his weekly newsletter called Growth Accelerator. Mr. Monsuru, it will be good to know if you can hear us. Thank you so much, Mr. Monsuru, for joining us this afternoon. I know you're joining us from Nigeria, right? So you're on the same time zone as myself. Awesome. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I know it promises to be quite interactive. I will just launch into the question, but it will be good to hear from two of us, two of you, Dr. Munisola and Monsuru, maybe just a word to open up, and then we can launch into the questions. Thank you. Over to you, Dr. Munisola. Can you hear me, Dr. Munisola? I don't know if it's my Mr. Monsuru. Can you confirm that you can hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Okay. I just want to confirm technical glitches are in order for Dr. Monisola, and then we can launch in. Dr. Monisola, please confirm that you're stable and you can hear us. Okay, I think we can kick off. And okay, I don't know if Dr. Monisola can hear us. If not, maybe she could actually log out and log back in, and that could make it stable for her. Because okay, while we wait for Dr. Monisola to confirm on her end, we can kick off, right? Awesome. Thank you so much to the backend team. They will be reaching out to Dr. Monisola to confirm the stability of her network, and then she will join us back. And so for now, it will be you, Mr. Monsuru, and myself is kicking off this section of the panelists while we await Dr. Monisola's internet to be stable. Like I shared at the beginning, this panel session is centered around economic and fiscal policies. And some of the pseudo or subtopics that we're looking at is macroeconomics, convergence criteria for African Monetary Union, fiscal policy coordination and debt management in an African Monetary Union, navigating the resource costs, monetary policies, and natural resource management. which we have a paper that will be presented or that will be shared in the community by Mr. Majok. Then there's also the role for physical transfer, solidarity mechanism in supporting weaker economics, right? Which we will have Dr. Monisola also talk around. But okay, she's out of the studio. We will give her about 2 minutes or a minute to try and see if she can rejoin, and then we can go straight right into the questions. Thank you very much, Mr. Monsuru. Okay, awesome. We seem to have Dr. Monisola back. I hope her internet is stable and she can hear us.
Yes, I can hear you.
Awesome. Thank you so much. I know how interesting it could be sometimes. Okay, so we will be kicking off, right, with Mr. Mosuru, whose questions will center around trade integration and economic diversification in the United African economy. I will kick off with the very first question, and then so it will be an interchange, a question for Mr. Mosuru, and then a question for Dr. Monisola. Now, over to Mr. Monsuru. The very first question goes, how can monetary unification enhance trade integration across African countries? And what are the key obstacles to achieving this goal?
Thank you, the moderator, Madam Adaobi, for the invitation. And I'm happy to be here to share my insights on this topic. On the topic, trade.
Dr. Monisola, can you
Can
hear
you
me?
confirm if you can hear me?
Yes, you froze
Yes.
for a bit, for a second. Yes, we're back.
Okay. So trade integration has a way of helping us to achieve more together than what we would ordinarily have achieved maybe as a unit or individual country. And in the context of align these to monetary integration, we can only achieve this when we have a single currency as it is seen in the Eurozone. Though we know there are challenges that make this a bit difficult for African countries, challenges such as issues of infrastructure, the economic template of individual countries. But however, where there is a will, I believe that there is a way. It is something that is possible because we've seen the same method, the same process work out in other clients. So it means that if our leaders are able to come together, we've seen an experience from the West African regional bloc that are trying to put up something relating to what we call ECHO. So ensuring that we have a way to integrate our economy by focusing on providing a uniform currency, we go a long way to help our entrepreneurs who wouldn't need any challenges of having to go and get dollars or any other foreign currency to be able to do trading, maybe with themselves, because we've seen a situation where people have to go and buy dollars. Let's say, for example, you want to maybe export a product to Ghana. You first get maybe dollar in the process. That exchange rates can really have a major effect on the volume of.
It seems there's power outage at where Mr. Monsuru is connecting from. We'll just give him a minute to rejoin back and then we can continue that awesome conversation. Thank you very much for coming back, Dr. Monisola. Can you confirm that you can hear me now?
You're welcome.
Awesome.
Yes, I can hear you.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for coming back, despite all the glitches that we've been encountering. While Mr. Mansour is frozen, I know he was in the bit of answering a question around how can. Um, okay, he's out of the studio now, so maybe we can then move on to a question from you because I know. Oh, he's back. Okay, that's awesome. Maybe he could wrap up his
I
own
think
Okay,
he's
so
response.
coming
it's
back.
okay.
We
So in summary, economic integration is what we need to go out of most of the economic challenges that most African countries are facing through. But for us to be able to achieve that, we need that political will from our leaders to be able to at least put in place some certain measures of what we make this process work. And I've seen a situation where effort has been made through the PAPS, that is Pan Africa Payments and Settlement System, to facilitate the issue of payments, to be able to help African entrepreneurs and investors to be able to do business and investment across the African continental zone.
thank you very much, sir. In trying to manage them, I think there were some quite interesting insights that you postulated there in the sense of the value that we lose by having to convert, especially when we look at Nigeria, when we convert naira to dollar to be able to facilitate trade in other places because of the modus operandi of transaction or the central acceptable means of exchange. We then end up losing money because when it gets to the other country, right, it is sold in their local currency, and that time frame to be able to exchange money, we lose a lot of money on the table in that. And so thank you for that response. I will move over to a question for Dr. Monisola. I'm hoping that the internet stays very stable. And Dr. Monisola, like I said earlier, her questions are centered around the role of physical transfer and solidarity mechanism in supporting weaker economics. The first question from that will be, what are the key macroeconomic convergence criteria that African nations must meet for a successful monetary union, and how realistic is achieving these targets in diverse economies? I don't know if Dr. Monisola heard that question. Okay, trying to confirm. Please, backend team, can you help me confirm with Dr. Monisola if her network is stable? Because she seems to be frozen at this end. Okay, she seems back. Did you, Dr. Monisola, did you get the question? Or do you like me to take it again? Hello, Dr. Monisola. Did you get the question, or you like me to go over that again? Okay, so while we await a bit of a stability in Dr. Monisola's internet, we'll just go back to Mr. Monsuru and then continue with the questions we have for Mr. Monsuru. The next question for us will be, in what ways can African economics diversify to reduce dependency on export of raw materials, and how can a unified monetary system support this process?
Thank you once again.
Thank you,
Yeah,
sir.
Africa, we know for, I think since 1960 or thereabouts, we've seen a situation where Africa has majorly depend on exporting crude resources or crude agricultural raw materials. And this has significantly affected our development. But over the years, I've seen some kind of shifts, particularly in the 21st century, where we've seen countries like Ethiopia trying to move from the problem of just exporting crude to focusing on manufacturing. We've seen a situation where we have industrial parks being set up in Ethiopia for them to be able to promote manufacturing of items And by that, getting more value from the natural raw materials that they are blessed with. And we've also seen a situation where we've seen African countries too trying to invest more in technology. For example, in Lagos, we have a lot of startup tech companies that are doing greatly, and their effort has been able to help us move away from what we are regularly doing to a new way of doing things. So the shift in a way has been able to help us. So ways that African countries can, or steps of processes that they can follow to be able to at least move away from being a raw material dominated economy to what we call a more advanced economy as it is being seen in the world is we need to learn new technologies, which some countries have started doing, like the example I've just painted earlier. So we need to develop more technologies. We have some local fabricators because for you to be able to develop, you need to have at least move from being an agro economy to a manufacturing economy and later possibly to technology economy and by extension developing what we are currently seeing in terms of automation and the rest of them. So to be able to achieve all these, we need a single currency because, for example, what single currency will do is that it will be able to say, let's say, for example, South Africa that is known for at least the industrial level of South Africa is a notch over other African countries if you are to look at their development. So we could look at what we call technology transfer. And with maybe single currency in Africa, other African countries can be able to learn some of this technology, and the currency that we have can be able to facilitate this process to be able to help us at least move away from being an agro economy to a more advanced economy. So to develop, we need three important things that major economy have been focusing on. Some of them are you have to be a manufacturing economy, just as we've seen in China. We have to also focus on technology, develop technology. There are latest technologies that are coming on board. So we have to be experts in using this technology. And additionally, we also need to look at the service sector. There is a lot of resources in the service sector, be it financial service or any other service sector. You see that these are sectors that really contribute to economy. So these are what the government or policymakers should really focus on. And for them to be able to support us in these areas, they need to ensure that we facilitate and ensure that the African single currency that they've started working on through the digitalization of the PAPs should be more accessible for more countries so that trade facilitation can be more reachable to many African countries and any African entrepreneurs.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Monstro, for that apt response. When we look at manufacturing, like rightly said, China is taking the lead in that, even though their currency is not as strong, but economically they are a nation that we reckon with, right? So that shows how much manufacturing can set out a nation. Now, technology, I say, connects the world because thanks to technology, by COVID, we're able to now host conferences virtually where people can connect. So we cannot even begin to talk about what technology can do immensely for us in Africa, and as well as also the unification of us as a continent to be able to encourage cross-border trading and all of that. Thank you so much for that apt answer. I will still check in with Dr. Monisola to know if she is ready and stable now to take any questions. Dr. Monisola, please signify if you can hear me. Okay, it seems her network is still not stable. So we will proceed with yours, and we're trusting that before time is over, we will be able to at least capture a window within Dr. Monisola's internet so that will be stable enough to engage her and hear her feedback to questions. Okay, I don't know. I see movement from Dr. Monisola. Can you hear me now, Dr. Monisola? Can you hear me now? Stable? Hello, Dr. Monisola, can you hear us?
Yes, I'm here.
Awesome. Thank you so
Can
much.
you
It's
hear
good to
me?
Yes, I can. It's good to get that feedback. Okay, so we will just launch into your question. The very first question for you goes: what are the key macroeconomic convergence criteria that African nations must meet for a successful monetary union? And how realistic is achieving these targets in diverse economies? Dr. Monisola? Hello, ma'am. Can you hear us? Okay, it seems she's dropped off. Okay, thank you. Back to you, Mr. Mansour. To continue the conversation we've been having around trade integration and economic diversification in the United African economy, the third question will be: how can the African continent free trade agreement, which is the AFCTA, be leveraged to promote a more unified monetary system across the continent?
Thank you once again. Yes, the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement is a game changer. It's a game changer in the sense that this is the first time, if I'm not right by my statistics, where we will have Africa come together and agree to have a single market. This has been very difficult for Africa to do. What we have in the past is that we have regional organizations coming together. At least we know of regional bodies like the Southern Africa Development Community, the West African Economic Community of West African States, and other COMESA and the rest of them. This is what has been obtainable when it comes to at least trying to come together to integrate the economy. But African Union on its own coming together and working along with other regional organizations to come up with this is a fantastic platform. And so far, if 54 countries could come together and possibly eliminate trade barriers, it is going to have a lot of positive impact on the economy of each of all the member states in the continent. So what this will do is that as we have been able to sign, I think majority of the country have signed to this agreement and the implementation is already on. What these will help us to achieve in country is that it will help us to create more employment because we have the opportunity to say, okay, let's see where you have comparative advantage. And where you have that comparative advantage, you can focus on it and possibly at least repeat or replicate the same method maybe in another African country. Let us take example the country Morocco. We know that Morocco has a stable economic policy where they've been able to ensure that they focus on making themselves as the automotive hub of Africa, and they've been able to attract majority of the automobile giants like Renault and Peugeot, where they set up automotive system in their country. So with this African Continental Free Trade Agreement, we will see a situation where people will now be able to borrow the same method that has been used by Morocco in other parts of African countries. And with that, we'll be able to develop as a country. We will see that we have what we call local way of developing our own system to be able to match up with what is obtainable in any parts of the developed country. So what this has been able to do is that when we talk of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement is a game changer because it's going to be able to at least eliminate the issues of some of the barriers such as tariff, such as some of the problems related to issue of maybe border problem of moving items from one border to the other because everyone that is going to be under that platform have to abide by the rules. There's going to be a regulation guiding all of them. So this is a game changer, and I look forward to see how this policy will go forward in the future because I've seen that some level of progress has been made in these areas. And African countries, the chairman of African Union has been able to do justice to ensure that at least they give the necessary support to making sure that this system works. And what this will do by extension is that it will help us to reduce our dependency on foreign currency, and we'll be able to at least ensure that we develop at our own pace and be able to attract investors, both local one and the foreign one. And I believe this is going to have more impact positively on the African continent if properly implemented.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mosuru, for that take on how the African Continental Free Trade Agreement can be leveraged, right? I like the example you cited in terms of Morocco now being a giant in automobile because they have owned that particular sector of manufacturing, which has actually put them on the map and a place to go to and all of that. Like you said, it will be good to see how other African nations leverage this in terms of they being the pivotal bridge across other African nations to allow for easy move of goods, right, across the different African continent. Like I said, we all are going to be watching, and we hope to be a part of how this is being implemented. Because at the end of the day, better implementation of this actually helps each and every one of us in our different African nations. I see that we have Dr. Monisola back with a better internet. Thank you so much, Dr. Monisola. We will just
Welcome.
go back to reiterate the sector that Dr. Monisola will be discussing at this particular first panel session, and then we will launch into the questions. I know we're a bit for time, but we will try to make the most of what we have. So, like I said earlier, Dr. Monisola will be talking around the role of physical transfers and solidarity mechanisms in supporting weaker economics, right? That's the area around which our questions are going to be coming from. And the very first question to Dr. Munisola is, what are the key macroeconomic convergence criteria that African nations must meet for a successful monetary union, and how realistic is achieving these targets in diverse economies?
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yes, we have like 3 to 5 macroeconomic criteria, convergence criteria that is expected that most African nations must be able to meet if they are really going to have a successful monetary union. And when you're looking at this macroeconomic convergence, we have the target rate too, in which, in relation to GDP, that is expected of these criteria to be met by the African nations. The first one is the inflation rate target. And it is expected that most African nations should have inflation rate below 5%. And if you look around most African nations, you discover that even so many nations are not, no, they are going to be above 5% and not below 5%, which is something that needs to be looked into, especially when inflation rate is going into 2 digits. It's like a negative signal to any nation. Then another thing is that most African nations also need to meet the criteria of budget deficit limit. For example, a budget deficit limit should be less than 3% of GDP. And if you look at most of the African nations too, you discover that we are still lacking behind. So now that we are looking at having a successful monetary union, all these criteria needs to be looked into and needs to be worked on. Then we have public debt threshold too, which is expected also to be under 60% of GDP for any African nation. And we also have the criteria of exchange rate stability. So looking at all these criteria, it is expected that African nation needs to work towards these criteria if we are going to look into having a common currency or a successful monetary union. Then another thing I've also had is like maintaining sufficient foreign reserves. I know that most African nations are working towards having sufficient foreign reserve, but we discover that so many other things are of influence. I can call it external forces. We have political instability in most of African nations. We have so many issues. So, and when we don't work towards meeting these 5 criteria, we can say that it's the how will I put it? the work towards having a successful monetary union might not be feasible. So, and it's we pose a serious challenge, especially in terms of economic variations, in terms of economic structures, our fiscal policies, and developmental levels. So, most African nations, or let me say, we in African countries, needs to look at this. So, once they can work on this, then we can say that yes, we are ready to have a successful monetary union.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Monisola, for that. It just ties back into what Dr. Vera had spoken around when she took us through, different criteria that are required for us to begin to evaluate, are we ready, and what is the level of work that is required to get us there. Thank you also for calling out a lot of the criteria threshold that is required, and I'm sure a good number of us joining from different parts of Africa, we're already evaluating our country's performance to some of this threshold that has been called, and either how close or how far are we from this threshold, and it begins to help us to condition our mind as to um, either the right direction as concerns the unification of our monetary policies, and what are the pros and the cons, which is what we hope to achieve by this year's conference, to begin to spur that conversation of a proper evaluation as we consider this topic accurately. And the next question will go to Dr. Monisola, trying to ensure that we close the gap between she and Mr. Monsuru, right? But then I will come back to you, Mr. Monsuru. Someone posted something very interesting on um, YouTube. I know people are connecting from LinkedIn and YouTube. I would read it out, and you can begin to ponder on it while I then throw the second question to Dr. Monisola. Now, the person had written, thanks to the panelists, in Ethiopia mentioned, and this is Mr. Monsuru, most of the productive activities in the manufacturing sector are done by the Chinese. So, how do African countries promote African industrialites? I would leave you to begin to ponder on that. It will be something that we will discuss as we wrap up the panel session. Then I will come back to Dr. Munisola on the next question, which goes, how can African countries coordinate their fiscal policies to ensure stability within the proposed monetary union? And what role should regional organizations play?
Thank you. One thing that I want people to notice, or let me say I want us to take note of, is that most of the resource rich countries oftentimes used to face volatile inflation, and it used to stem out from commodity price fluctuations. So when you're talking about oil price now, because let me cite the case of Nigeria, because Nigeria is oil-based country, you discover that at the global market, anything that happens to oil price will surely come down to Nigeria. And most times, if there's a volatility in our commodity price, or if there's a fluctuation in commodity price, then oftentimes it's used to direct us to what we call the high public debt or persistent budget deficit. So I can say that most times now in Nigeria, that is exactly what we are experiencing. It's just practical. So, and in order to promote stability, I will encourage, or let me say, I'm proposing most African countries should coordinate their fiscal policies. And how can they coordinate their fiscal policies? Number one is by establishing common budgetary rules and deficit targets. We don't have that in most African countries. We just bring out our budget. We are not strict with our budget. And most times we don't have budgetary rules. Most times we shift from what we have already planned. And at the end of the day, we run into debt. Then another thing is that we need to create fiscal councils at the regional level to oversee compliance. So how each sectors that have been budgeted, that have been given a particular budget, we need to monitor compliance and even in the implementation of the budget. Then another thing is that we need to develop a framework for peer review among member states. So, and when we are talking about organizations, what regional organizations, their role that they should play. For example, we have the African Union, we have the ECOWAS, the Economic Community of West African States. We also have the Southern Africa Development Community. So these regional organizations should enforce that there's a guideline, for having strict budget compliance. And another thing is that these regional organizations too, they need to offer like technical assistance, and they need to also serve as mediators in fiscal disputes. Sometimes when we are talking about fiscal transfer, we are talking about when stronger nations decide to help weaker economies. So in the process, there might be fiscal disputes. So all these organizations needs to come in and make sure that they serve as mediators. They look at each African countries and they see how there will be what there will be compliance, there will be like a synergy between all the African nations in terms of their fiscal policies.
Thank you so much for that. I like the fact that you drew out the importance of these regional organizations and the part they have to play as a mediator, right? As well as also not just a mediator in facilitating the support that we get from the stronger economies, but also mediating in terms of resolutions when dispute arises, which allows for a better partnership and to ensure that indeed the support that is supposed to be gotten is actually gotten. It's not stopped in transit because of disputes that are not able to be concluded. I would probably hold off on the third questions and allow Mr. Monsuru to respond to the chat that had come in from YouTube. I don't know if he wants to share his thought on that or... Okay, yes, he's not dynamic. Thank you very much, Mr. Monsuru. And we're
Thank
back to you.
you. Thank you. And thanks to Prof. Evans for that question. Yes, it is not even only in Ethiopia where we have Chinese dominating most of the manufacturing sector. But this has been a worrisome situation for most Africans, because most of the you see that the Chinese have the resources, they have the government support for them to be able to at least go to any economy and dominate such economy. So what we can do to help our local industries or the industrialists is we have to start from the government. The government have to be very deliberate on ensuring, because Chinese governments were very deliberate, and that is where they are currently at. So if we are also going to achieve the same level of success where we'll be able to go to any economy and be able to dominate, or even if you are not going out, but we want to ensure that our local industrialists are the one dominating our economy, we need to provide them the necessary support. Just like what the government did in Nigeria, what they did to Dangote refinery, where they were able to at least some kind of agreement where you pay certain amount of money in naira for you to be able to buy crude oil. So if we are to take it maybe to a lower level, not to that stage of Dangote, we know that we have what we call regional or trade associations like the Nigerian Association of Small Scale Industrialists and other industrialists association that we have. So government, we know that they've been supporting this association, but if they can give them more support, and maybe because it is not everybody that is a member of that association, maybe there are some people that are even doing their own industry, maybe manufacturing their backyard, or so if there is a targeted policy towards simplifying and making life easy for these industrialists, I believe that more people will take up manufacturing, because to be sincere, to go into manufacturing, you need the resources, the equipment, and with the high rate of exchange rates these days is even, and we don't have the necessary machinery, the local machinery that we can use. We still have to bring in some of this machinery. But in terms of China, they have everything at their advantage. They have the necessary equipment, they have the government support for them to even be able to at least invest in that sector. So what the government need to do is support the local manufacturers. They've been doing that, but they need to do more so that they can be able to also compete. And back to our citizens too, they also need to at least support our own local manufacturers by at least patronizing them. We need to patronize them. We know that maybe because of their technology, their standard or their their level of production, the quality of their product may not be able to get to a particular level that we would have loved. But if we make it a deliberate effort that, okay, we want to support this industry, because it is by you supporting your local industry, that is how you are able to at least develop more, because this is local industry. Then the next thing is that government should possibly maybe look at a way of protecting all some of these local industries, that okay, maybe possibly these are the sector that the maybe foreign company cannot be able to at least invest in. And if you're going to be able to invest in such maybe sector, then you need our local manufacturers to be major part of it. So with all these few things, I believe that the local industrialists, our industrialists, will be able to at least do better, and with time they'll be able to compete with the Chinese. But for now, I know that once we have the will and the determination, this will be able to at least help us move from the current stage where we have the Chinese dominating most of the Africa manufacturing sector, and helping our local industries to also match up with them as time goes by. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mansour, for that. I like the fact that you postulated beyond just policies, right? How our government, we see that play out in probably the FMCG space where the traders are supported with incentive, like rebates, to get them to be able to sell, right? Maybe that's a system that our government can begin to look into. It's a possibility. Someone already posted, but I know if we keep taking all the feedbacks from YouTube, we will not be able to move forward. And I would like us to cover a lot of questions. So I will just go straight to the third question. But thank you very much, Mr. Mosuru, for that response. It was very realistic in terms of the now, what is the current situation, and also as we begin to look forward, how can we begin to close this gap, especially with the fact that we're now in an era where there are more people who are willing to get into government. These are things that they could listen to and begin to form around the policies and initiatives they will drive. How can we begin to give support to the local manufacturing community outside just policies? Is there a way in which we can ensure that they're able to manufacture with ease and source the materials they need, especially standard materials, without having to bend over in terms of being able to source the FX themselves? Maybe that's a policy. That's an opportunity. Provide them with FX because they're in the manufacturing space. Monitor how it is being spent. That's a thought process, but we never can tell. Like I said, we're in an era where anything is possible. But I will go back to Dr. Monisola. I will throw the third question. Like I said, I'm hoping that we cover a lot of the questions that have been put out there before we go into the second panel session. Now, the third question for Dr. Monisola goes, in what ways can debt management strategies be harmonized across Africa to avoid potential physical crises within a unified monetary framework?
Thank you, moderator. Harmonizing debt management strategies across Africa is so essential. Why? Because to prevent financial crisis within a monetary union, African countries need to consider some factors, and they need to work towards those factors, because you can't just come up one day and just that you want to harmonize debt in most, like, 54 countries. So there are some factors that I'm going to put out now, not few, let me just say few factors that they need to consider. The first thing is adopting a regional debt management framework. So there should be an adoption of like a regional debt management framework, and it has to be standardized in terms of borrowing rules and debt limits. So it is not just like you just adopt just any framework. So that framework needs to be of standard, and it has to encompass the most of the African nations. That's to encompass their the differences in their economies. So, and aside that, another thing is that there should be an implementation of a system for mutual monitoring of debt levels. So most African countries need to see to the implementation of a system whereby there will be like an agreement, let me call it an agreement, that this particular, we won't go beyond this limits in terms of debt. Then another thing is that they need to utilize regional financial markets, especially in terms of issuing of joint bonds for development financing, and Why is this necessary? It will enable most African nations to spread debt risk across member states. So there should be like a mutual agreement in which everybody will patronize the regional financial market. I think most times what used to happen in most African nations is that when we go outside of our continent, we tend to bring in so many external forces into the most of the African nations. So it is high time, most African nations come together. Let us look at this. Let us have an agreement. We have a lot of financial market in our African continent. Let us patronize our regional financial market in terms of securities and like that. Then another thing I also propose is that multilateral institutions like the ADB, the African Development Bank, they can also assist in devising debt management strategies. I think they are doing something around that area recently, and they have to be strategic too when they are doing that. Why? Because it has to be tailored to the specific needs of each region. What does East Africa, what is their own specific needs in terms of debt management strategies? What in West Africa too? So it doesn't, it's not necessary that they should model it up. So they have to tailor this, their intervention based on each specific needs of each region. And I know that with time, we'll soon have our own unified monetary framework. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Monisola, for that. I like the fact that we want to jump on the last bit where you said it's not one shoe fits all for every, as much as Africa is a continent, there's the uniqueness with West Africa, East Africa, Central Africa, and what have you. The need to begin to even tackle these problems at the region helps us to arrive at a place where we can now even begin to look at a consideration for what is a general norm that we can uphold, right? One of the things that you also pointed out was the fact that then thresholds need to be set, which means that we will arrive at a place where we have governments that are accountable to this threshold, irrespective of who is on seat, because thresholds have been set. It guides how much can be taken as a debt and how much can be taken otherwise, right? And then it also helps to be able to manage all of this. And I also say thank you for that part of being able to diversify the risk, which means trading bonds, local bonds across the region, which allows diversification of risk and also allows us to be able to raise and aggregate funding as a continent, as against a nation where you have Nigerian bonds only trading in Nigeria. It could be traded across Africa, and it helps us to be able to generate that which we need. Thank you very much for that explicit answer to that question. We are going to the very last questions to both Mr. Monsuru and Dr. Monisola because we're out of time so that the second panel sessions can come on board. I will be throwing one last questions to both of you and then we can wrap up the panel sessions. I know there are tons of questions, like I said earlier. A good number of the things that we are sharing here will be put together in a white paper. So please watch out for that in your email. It will be able to give a lot of knowledge to those who are listening today. So the very last question for Mr. Monsuru will be, what impact will a unified currency have on attracting foreign direct investment into Africa? And how can countries ensure they remain competitive in the global market?
Thank you very much for the question. Yes, the African Free Trade Continental Agreement, we no doubt, or a form of the single currency for Africa, we have a major boost for African countries to attract foreign investments. And the reason why I mention this is that since if you are able to have a stable, maybe a single currency, the challenges of looking for financial, all these challenges associated with financial risk will definitely be eliminated. So there won't be the issue of trying to struggle for considering the exchange rate, or what we call any form of risk that has to do with trying to set up a company in another, maybe foreign land. So having a single currency will help us to eliminate these challenges, and Africa will be better for it because we have the resources, both the natural resources and the human resources. So what we just need is that capital inflow. And once the investors knows that he doesn't have to start looking for maybe huge amount of dollar for them to be able to, they will want to at least the currency they are bringing will be converted to our own agreed local single currency. And with that, it's going to be an advantage for Africa. So this is going to have a major boost for African countries, and countries will now start competing on their own based on their own comparative advantage or where they have strength on. And for Africa to start taking advantage of this, policymakers have to ensure that they invest more in infrastructure, because by the time you have single currency, the countries that have major infrastructure development may likely attract more investors than countries with less developed infrastructure. And what are those infrastructure that they need to invest in? They have to invest in infrastructure that will support trade, transportation, energy level have to at least be worked on. And they should make sure that the ease of doing business in terms of regulation, local regulations, also have to be taken care of. And if all these things are put in place, Africa, I have no doubt that we are going to be at least one of the continents to reckon with in the Committee of Nations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Monsuru. As you were speaking, it began to paint a picture of the possibility of investors not just only coming like what we have right now, where individuals are sourcing investors directly. With a unified monetary system, you have a common need that probably cuts across multiple nations, and an investor is coming to solve the need of multiple nations within a continent. Now, that's a huge investment, and that's a huge returns on investment for that level of investment. Say, for example, in the manufacturing, we have probably a manufacturer in Ghana, manufacturer in Kenya, manufacturer in Nigeria, and there is a coagulation of this need to an investor. You can imagine the level of returns on investment. This is more or less like using one stone to kill multiple birds. That was the picture that was painting, and that is beautiful, if I may say, in terms of that. Also, thank you for touching base in terms of what it is that the individual nations need to begin to look at to remain competitive, right? Because, like you rightly said, if we arrive at that place, then what we'll begin to see is the countries with better infrastructure taking the lead in terms of how resources are shared, which will then lead to an unequal share in terms of resources and all of that. Thank you so much for that. I would come to Dr. Monisola for the very last question before we then go into the second panel session. The last question for Dr. Monisola will be, how can Africa navigate the resource curse in hypothesis through effective monetary policies, especially for resource-rich countries?
Thank you, moderator. I can say that Africa as a whole, as a continent, we can navigate the resource cost through some effective monetary policies. Yeah, and I'll be focusing on the resource-rich countries. So one of the thing, or let me say, one of the factors that most the resource-rich countries can take into consideration is that they need to understand that there will be volatility in their revenue streams, especially due to commodity price fluctuation, which I've mentioned earlier. And based on that, they need to be strategic in bringing out effective monetary policies. And one of the things that they need to put in place or they need to consider is that they need to establish what we call stabilization funds so that they'll be able to save the excess revenue during period of economic booms. I think I'll cite the example of Nigeria again. I think we employed that during the time we discovered oil. During that time, we were able to save some excess revenue during the period when we have the oil price was booming for Nigeria, and there were lot of infrastructures that we can say that it is the oil money that brings that to Nigeria and to some other African nations too. So the first thing is that we need to save excess revenue during the period of economic booms. So when a particular African country is experiencing economic booms, then they need to be strategic during that time so that when things turn around, they will have something to fall back on. Then another thing is that they need to implement what we call the counter cyclical fiscal policies so that they'll be able to manage their expenditure. So if they don't put these policies in place, oftentimes they might not be able to manage the expenditure surrounding, the most of the resources during the time when the commodity price is stable. Then another thing is that they need to encourage economic diversification to reduce reliance on natural resources. And that is just what I can say the weakness of most African nations. We don't diversify. Oftentimes, we rely on one resource, especially if the resource is the mainstay for the economy. We rely on the resource, and any fluctuation or any shock coming through maybe external forces or internal forces towards that particular resource will surely affect the whole nation. So there needs the most African nation, we need to diversify. We have so many resources. There are so many resources we are even yet untapped. They are yet untapped. So many we are even guiding that maybe in the future we'll start making use of it. So, but it is high time we look inward, we look into other things too that can bring in revenue aside from focusing on a particular resource that can generate fluctuations in the nearest future. Then let me round up by saying that the last thing is a unified monetary policies could also help most African nations to mitigate inflationary pressures, especially during resource booms. So, and they can use monetary policy to mitigate inflationary pressure when there is resource boom, while employing fiscal rules, or let me say some fiscal policy rules, to control excessive spending during windfalls. From, let me say, the normal O-level economics, we know that if government wants to um use contractionary method, they know that they are supposed to use one particular policy. And when they know that the country needs to be funded in terms of maybe provision of infrastructures and like that, they know that during that time, they are not supposed to overtax people. So, and we all know that in economics, those are the things that we believe in, that if the economy is facing downturn, taxation shouldn't be the main thing for government during that time. Money needs to be pumped into the economy so that there will be stability. And if there's a boom, we know that during that time, the government can bring in strict fiscal policy rules so that at least they will be able to gather revenue during that time. So I think government needs to look into that. Most African countries needs to look into that. And I know that at the end of the day, they will be able to, there will be a synergy between merging the monetary policies of the nations with the fiscal policy rules. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Manisola, for that explicit breakdown. I like the take that you brought to the response in terms of when the government should save, when they should actually release, which is something or we hope to begin to see. Like, I like the fact that you said during the boom, it's an opportunity to actually take back and invest elsewhere, which allows us to have something for the rainy day. And then when we have the downtime, as against resulting to short measures like taxation, increase in taxation, which might not even bring in the returns that we are hoping will bring in, we can then now go back into the reserve as a nation and be able to take a support from that. Thank you very much for that. Interesting policy and strategy that I hope that it will be something that I know in the days to come as we delve deeper, like having the conversations between the government and also the populace, we will then begin to see how this can be scaled down, even if it's starting one country at a time or even one state at a time, because that is it. You start from somewhere and then you grow, right? I would really say thank you so much to Dr. Munisola for this interesting panel session. You did an excellent job to the questions around the role of physical transfers and then solidarity mechanisms that we need to begin to consider as we consider this concept of unification of the monetary policies. And also to you, Mr. Monsuru, I would say thank you so much. We're immensely grateful as we see that you've done a lot of, you've given a lot of insights as regards to trade integration and economic diversification. For the business people in the house, myself inclusive, listening to you, it was a lot of things to go back and think around as we begin to look at how we can begin to arrive at a place where we can say, as a continent, we are doing a great job. And on this note, I will say thank you. And we will be moving into the second panel session. We're immensely grateful to both panelists for the first panel session. And we look forward to connecting with you post the conference, because I know there will be a post conference conversations. And we will look forward to having you back either for a one on one, a LinkedIn chat, or an Instagram live chat. As it may be, please keep your emails open and receptive to our engagement poster. Thank you so much for taking our time in your day to join us for this panel session and for sharing from your world of knowledge. We are immensely grateful for that. And on this note, I would say thank you to everyone who has been with us from the get-go in the morning till now. We're about to go into the second panel session that will be taken by the delectable Jamila, who will be driving that second panel session. And that will be all for me for today. See you all in the chat across all the social media platforms. Over to you, Jamila. Please indicate that you can hear me and we can bring you forward to the studio.
I can hear you, Adobe. Good afternoon.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Jamila. I'm just waiting for your video to come on. Awesome. Thank you so much. And then over to you.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Can you all hear me? Ooh. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Trust you're having an amazing time this far. Thank you all for staying tuned and spending your day today with us. It's been an amazing journey, and I'm pleased to be taking you on the next train on this next panel conversation, where we'll be talking about the impact of, or we'll be exploring rather, the impact of a unified monetary policy in Africa on the agricultural sector, as well as rural economies and the informal economy. And to join me on this panel, I'll be inviting Dr. Chukwuemeka Obianefo, who is a distinguished scholar on agricultural economics with a PhD from Nnamdi Azikiwe University. He has over 50 international publications focusing on gender and financial inclusion, climate smart agriculture, and food security. Professionally, he has served as an assistant gender officer and rural financial officer for the Anambra State Value Chain Development Program, enhancing financial literacy and inclusion for women and youth. Dr. Obianefo is also an independent researcher and consultant known for his expertise in econometrics and organizational business plans. His contribution, have significantly advanced agricultural economics and supported numerous scholars and farmers. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Chukwuemeka Obianefo, please can we bring him on the screen if he is here with us? Zangani Mambara. Zangani Mambara is an experienced professional in Zambia's agriculture and rural development sector with over 5 years of experience. He works as an environmental and safeguard specialist on the Sustainable Livestock Infrastructure Management Project at the Ministry of Fisheries and Livestock. His focus areas include environmental management plans, agriculture financing, and conservation farming techniques. Zengani also founded and leads Atena Cooperative, which trains local farmers in climate smart agriculture. He holds a master's degree in environmental management, specializing in agricultural financing, and is dedicated to advancing sustainable development in and improving rural farmers' livelihoods in Zambia and Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, Zangani Mambara, thank you for joining us, Dr. Obianifo. Can you hear me? Dr. Obianifo, can you hear me? Okay. Okay, I think his network is not so good. Is Mr. Zangani Mambara with us? The network seems to be a little unstable. While we're waiting for them to join, I'll be giving an introduction to the topic. So, agriculture is a very huge part of Africa because we have a lot of arid lands. And I like to believe Africa is that region that has one of the most arid lands in the world. So, oh, okay. So, farming is a huge part of what we do over here. And it is important that we explore how a unitary monetary policy that is unifying all of our currencies would impact this sector. Also, I am of the opinion that Africa has a huge informal sector as well as a rural economy that needs to be captured so that, most of these indices that define, our GDPs and all of that would properly capture and reflect the true reality of what we're experiencing in Africa rather than cutting off a huge part of our economy. And that is what we'll be, delving into during this panel discussion with my amazing panelists who from their bios, you'd agree that they are very skilled through their experiences to have this conversation. And unfortunately, we're having some network problems. So I don't know how we're going to go about this. Are we going to have maybe someone who is available from another panel to join the conversation, or are we going to wait until we can get them back on?
Thank you, Jamila. We're still having issues with some of our panelists. And while we're trying to resolve it, I just think we can make it as interactive as possible so that everyone who has been here and have learned a thing or two do well to share in the comment section so that we can just display some of the things that you have learned. It's been a long day with a lot of information and a lot of strategies that both individuals and governments can begin to implement to move us further as touching this year's Agsef agenda. And so, if you have been here and you have learned 18 or two, feel free to please share in the comment section. Feel free to share whether you're on LinkedIn, on YouTube, on Facebook, wherever you are at. Feel free to share. We'll capture the information that you have shared and we will share it also. Some other things that we must pay attention to also is after this conversation, you can as well invite others to register so that they too can get a link of the replay of today's session. Everyone needs to listen to it again and again just to familiarize ourselves with everything going on. While every one of us wants changes, and when I'm talking about changes, I'm talking about changes at every level. Whether you want changes as a business person or you're looking for change at government level, whether you're in any country in Africa, you'd agree with me that both the economic landscape, the political landscape needs a lot of changes. And in order for us to be a part of the change, we need to understand what is going on, and we need to know how what is going on affects where we are going, so that all of us can actively render our. Okay, I think one of the panelists just joined again. So that all of us can play a contributing fact, or all of us can play our own part to move us as a people forward. Okay, that's Jamila. Please, those of us who are at the back end, do you want to let us know what's going on with our panelists? And I know that Mr. Zengani has been here all day. I have seen him all day at the back end. So perhaps it's a network issue or a power issue, either of those. And then Dr. Obianefo, who is also trying to join back. Those are our two panel speakers. That's actually the last panel for the day, because this conference is meant to end in another 45 minutes maximum, right? We're going to keep waiting. If we're unable to get a hold of them, then we can have their conversation outside of here and have it uploaded as part of what Agsef has done for this year, if we're unable to get a hang of them before the day runs out. But technically, I have learned a lot from every singular speaker, from the keynotes, Dr. Ndubisi, Professor Ndubisi, Professor Evans, Dr. Vera, Dr. Munisola, and Dr. Monsuru. I have learned so much from each of these panelists. You'll agree with me, Africa has some of the brightest minds, and Africa has some of the brightest solutions. We just need political will and great leadership to implement some of the things that we know to move us closer to the Africa of our dreams. I almost want to say to every one of us who is joining, whatever desire or dreams you have for Africa, it's valid. Don't push it aside. Don't say things like, oh, who's going to do it? This government doesn't care. That government doesn't care. It is easy to say all of that, but sometimes this government is looking for you. They need you in the room. You have no idea how powerful your voice is, how powerful the dreams and the desires and the vision that you carry is. If you will dare to hold on to those ideas, the vision that you have, and continue to build, I believe that the collective efforts of all of us at different level will one day deliver for us an Africa where every one of us will be proud to say, this is my Africa. There is no country or continent that can that can boast of growth and sustainable growth at that did not all put their hands on the plow. And putting your hands on the plow is also, in conversations like this, getting involved in what happens at the back of the room so that you know exactly how to contribute your quota to both the growth and the development of our economies. Right, let me see if we can have Jamila back. Jamila, is Sophie one of the panelists for this last session? Because I see that there's a Sophie back end. So somebody says, Dr. Vera gave me a new perspective. We don't need to wait for unification of currency to spearhead continental economic growth. I completely agree. I mean, Dr. Vera's session was very pragmatic, if you would call it that. Okay, if you would call it that. Her session, it feels as though she came with a different level, a different perspective, but still gave us a pathway to growth in a way that all of us can get involved now. And that was very beautiful to see for me. Thank you, Mary. You have been such an active participant. I have watched all your comments, all your feedbacks, and every single thing we have done thus far. Mary, thank you for your active participation at this year's African Government Stakeholders Engagement Forum. I can go on and show you all the different comments or contributions Mary has shared throughout this year's conference. It shows that she's listening, she's involved, and she's passionate about the Africa that we so love and we are gathered here for. Okay, so I think what we're going to do is give just a few more minutes and we would wait to see if our speakers will join for a few more minutes. After then, we will decide whether to have a separate session to record their own conversations and upload alongside what we have done thus far so that we can let the participants go. So Jamila, how many more minutes do you think we should give? How many more minutes do you think we should give so we can wrap this up?
2 more minutes since it's almost. Yeah, it's been a long day. I believe a number of participants have been here since morning, and it's been over 6 hours. So yeah, only wait for
You
two
know
more
what?
minutes.
This speaks to me of the African spirit. We're
Yes.
resilient people. We want change. When something works, people want to be a part of it. 6 hours and people are still here, actively
Yeah.
participating. Yes, yes.
And you know,
I'm so proud.
like you said, I agree with you about that being superpower because wherever you find Africans, we are very resilient people. We always, come correct, if I may say. And I hope, it is my hope and belief that, Africa will rise again, will take our space in the global stage. And it starts one person at a time. If we can be this resilient individually and also call on the collective and we, charge ourselves with that responsibility, knowing that nobody is coming to save us. We have to save ourselves. We have to do things for ourselves so that we can resources at our disposal. So it is not the case of just one country. We are all exporting our raw materials to other countries and then buying the end product. How do we get to a point where, as African countries, as individuals, as Africans, we can begin to think of production rather than just, copying technologies from other people and adapting it to our situation? How can we come up with unique technologies or unique solutions? And I like, the feedback from Mary, where she was talking about the session from Dr. Vera about not waiting until, we have a unified currency, but we can just start where we are. We take it one day at a time. We are showing the African strength, while at it, and we just keep going and pushing. And we also have the long-term vision because we know this mess was not created in one day. So of course, we're not going to fix it in one day. And we do well to also pass on the baton at every point. So yeah, I'm also thanking the people who have been here, the participants who have been here all day, and I appreciate your time. I appreciate your attention because attention, they say, is the currency of this age, right? So for you to be investing your attention in this, it shows that you really want change. So thank you, and I hope that we get to see the Africa that we all dream of very soon.
Thank you very much, Jamila. Thank you so very much. A meeting was held about a week ago in Rwanda by some of the wealthiest billionaires in Africa. And the theme of the event is the African Renaissance. They usually would gather once a year to discuss strategic African problems and how they can proffer solutions to these problems, with the critical focus on making Africa an investable continent. And that's at that level. So the billionaires are gathering to say, listen, we need to fix our continent, right? And that's at that
Mhm.
level. So I always will say that the approach to change in every nation, and by extension this continent, is people taking the responsibility to find an area of the economy and dedicate themselves to fixing it. And it
That's
doesn't
right.
mean you are encroaching into what the government must do. The government will do what it must do, create enabling environment for businesses and the people to thrive. How be it, the government may not be able to fix our nation and our continent. There must be segmentations and conversations amongst us as Africans at the upper echelon, the mid echelon, the lower echelon, where every single person is rallying a troop and finding their own part in the big picture and building, no matter how little. Conversations like this is a part of the building work. Where you are at, what can you begin to do now that is moving us further to our collective desire to see an Africa that is thriving? As we wrap up today, because it seems like our guest speakers have still, I mean, our panelists have not been able to make it, I would like to once again recite the African dream. Oh, wow. Okay, one of the panelists says we should give him 5 minutes. Jamila, we just need to hold on. That he's trying to restart his ISP. Okay, I would like to recite the African dream. Back end team, can we please project it? Thank you. God bless you. And if you are on this call, I want us to read this together. I want this to be framed in your heart. I want this to be something that you look upon every day. No nation grows to a certain level without a vision, without a dream of what they're building. We have graciously put together what an African dream looks like. And if every one of us as Africans behold this dream on a daily basis and we incubate it at the depth of our heart, I believe that one day, even if it takes us 20 years, 30 years, 50 years, we'll get there. The African dream. I have a dream that one day Africa will become one big nation that can compete comparatively with global economies, this time as a superpower, harnessing our resources, both our natural, mineral, and human resources, to produce immeasurable wealth stewarded by astute yet accountable leaders that can deliver an Africa where every descendant of Africa is a treasure. This, my friends, is the African dream. I want you to have this at the back of your heart where we hope for this Africa. You have to recognize that for America to be able to compete comparatively, a culmination of different states. That's why it's called United States of America. If Texas was to stand alone, if New York was to stand alone, they can't compete. They recognize that there is power in unification. That's why they are United States of America. China, the same way, one sovereign bloc, all of them coming together to become one nation. And you will see that the population of China is akin to the population of Africa, well, maybe more than it. The same thing with India, several diverse states that you will call nations coming together to become one block. This is the only place where we have not implemented this. Africa. China has the size of our population collectively. India has the size of our population collectively, and they are functioning as a nation. Africa is the only one that is functioning as diverse nations when together we can be the strongest force that exists. Right? So this is the African dream, and I hope that in your heart you truly believe and begin to meditate upon this, even as you build your business, build whatever it is you have upon your hands. Okay. Dr. Obianefo says he's coming in a few minutes. Is Jamila still here? Is Jamila still here? Back end team, please, what time exactly were we meant to wrap up? What's the closing time for the last panel session? I just step back into the background while we sort out some of the things. Okay, I think we have come to the end of this year's African Government Stakeholders Engagement Forum, themed Monetary Policy, the Unification of African Currency. We have seen our panel speakers, we have seen our keynote speakers shed great light on this subject matter and giving us a pathway to growth and transformation, both as private stakeholders, as public stakeholders, and even as a continent at large. We believe that this year's conversation is the beginning of many greater things that would happen on this continent, as touching where we are going as a people with reference to the African dream. The African dream is such that we desire and we hope that someday Africa will be indeed one big nation that is prospering just like every other superpower, leveraging its resources for what they are, so that we can produce immeasurable wealth by leaders that are astute and accountable, so that for once the African descent can truly matter. And as we progressively go on in these conversations, please look out for many more engagements that you will see across your social media platforms on LinkedIn, on Instagram, on Facebook. We will have subsequent conversations to deepen the scope of what we have started today, because we see how that monetary policy has its effect in every area of any economy. And we'll begin to pick different parts of these economies and bring representatives from both the government and the private stakeholders so that we can sit in rooms and move this conversation further. Look out for this conversation. And that would mean follow us on our social media pages, LinkedIn, Instagram, YouTube, turn on post notification. Our pages are AGSEF underscore ORG for Instagram. And for YouTube, it is the African Government Stakeholders Engagement Forum. Please subscribe. LinkedIn, the African Government Stakeholders Engagement Forum. Please subscribe so that you don't miss out on any of the conversations that we have started thus far, because it's about to get very interesting. I believe that we will be brought into the rooms that matter to bring together the stakeholders that would enforce these policy changes at different levels. Once again, from all of us at the African Government Stakeholders Engagement Forum and our partner organizations, the Association of African Startups, Ariel for Africa, the Just Debate Company, we want to say thank you to every singular participant who was a part of this year's conference. We also want to say a huge thank you to every member of the team who worked tirelessly behind the scenes to bring this event to such a huge success. Thank you to our delectable team members at Agsef, at Ariel, at TAS Africa, at Just Way Company. Thank you. The work you do collectively brings us to where we are at as a continent where we can celebrate. We honor you, and indeed, we look forward to bigger work together. And of course, to our dear co-founder, Edith Njage, thank you consistently for the vision of building this great African continent. And finally, to our God who has enabled us to see the light of today, our God who has given us the wisdom to stand tall, to deliberate on this subject matter, our God who has shown us light and pathways to greater success on this continent, and our God who has put a desire in our heart to truly make a difference in this continent. We are grateful to our God. And we thank him because we know this is yet the beginning for all of us as Africans, as touching the African continent. Until our subsequent conversation, God bless you, and we look forward to seeing you every now and again across our platforms. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you.